And seeing our attendee count start to climb, Ed, we're ready to go.
Great. This is Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. This morning, the board has been in executive session to discuss two matters that were noticed for executive session on its agenda. The discussion was limited to privileged attorney-client communication regarding the Cadgene matter. Case number 2021 CV 3013 in San Miguel County District Court, and discussions related to real estate matters that the premature disclosure of information discussed may give an unfair competitive bargaining advantage to a person whose interest may be adverse to the trust interest. These matters were authorized for executive session under 24-6-402-3A, 1, 2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. No decisions were made in executive session, and the board is back on the record and ready to proceed with its open agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This is the February 14th, 2024 meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. As noted by Assistant AG Ed Hamrick, we did have an executive session, and we are now ready to call our meeting to order. We do have all 5 commissioners present. So with that, we're going to move to public comment period for anything that's not on today's agenda. And Nick, I will rely on you for this since we are virtual to let me know. Oh, you're on mute.
I think that's the first time I've ever done that. Thank you, Commissioner. Members of the public, if you have a comment for the Board of Commissioners that isn't related to an item on our published agenda this month, please use the raise hand feature visible on your Zoom viewer, and we'll bring you forward to make that comment. We do specifically have one person who pre-registered to make comment, and that's Stephen Decker. And I see him joining us, saying hi. So if I don't, I won't, if any hands pop up, Commissioner, I'll let you know, but otherwise we'll hand it over to Stephen.
Thank you and welcome. Good morning, Stephen. Appreciate you being with us.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate being able to, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. I appreciate being able to come to the meeting today and attend. Just, we've got some exciting news.
This is Mindy Gottsagen. I'm going to jump in a little bit. I'm sitting here with Stephen, and he is with Rocky Mountain Mitigation, one of our mitigation banks, and he's here to make a big announcement. And I'll hand it back over to you, Stephen, to describe Rocky Mountain Mitigation and what that announcement is today.
This is very exciting, Stephen.
Great, thanks. Yes, I'm Stephen Decker. I run a company called Rocky Mountain Mitigation. We identify, plan, and establish mitigation banks for the Corps of Engineers and EPA mitigation banking program that allows third-party groups such as myself to find restoration projects and apply for credits through their Army Corps of Engineers EPA program in order to sell those credits to their applicants for wetland and stream and aquatic resource impacts on the federal level. Typically we work with partners, and in 2015, 2016 timeframe, I met Mindy Gottsagen in and around the mitigation banking world. Mindy was definitely asking all the right questions, trying to look for partners on the Colorado State Land Board properties, talking about the missions of Colorado State, the great missions of Colorado State Land Board, for the school kids of Colorado, the conservation and stewardship missions that you guys do, really fit with our restoration and conservation goals as well. So we really thought Colorado State Land Board would be a perfect fit for a partner. We work with partners, and when I say we, this is my partners that I work with. Currently, I'm working with a group called Sandy Creek Partners. They helped establish some of these early banks here in Colorado, and most recently, I'm working with Ecosystem Investment Partners. Let's see. Currently, I'm working on 9 projects on Colorado State Land Board properties where we're examining those. We have 2 projects that we've gotten through the whole process and received credits to sell to their program. We did have one stream bank sale earlier this year, and then most recently we had a large wetland credit sale. In fact, it's the largest wetland credit sale in the history of Colorado. That credit, those wetland credits that we sold were 41.63 wetland credits, which is really a lot of credits. It was to an applicant who had a need, but also was regulated by the Army Corps and EPA that they needed to purchase those wetland credits. And we negotiated with them, found a price, and were able to sell those credits. The great news is that and I think this is why I really wanted to come in and chat with you guys, that this big sale for us is also a big sale for you guys. Per the contract, you guys are awarded 20% of all of the revenue that we generated, which then generates revenue for your ecosystem services branch here. And I understand that the monies go to the school trust directly. And that number that you guys get, we're going to bring in a big check, but couldn't fit it through the door. That number is $1,373,790. We're so pleased that is happening for you guys. So thank you very much. You guys have been great partners, and looking forward to continuing working with you and generating revenue for your group. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That is quite the Valentine. And we really appreciate the partnership. And Mindy, of course, your leadership with this effort has been tremendous. And Stephen, you are welcome back anytime you'd like to join.
Great. Thank you so much. And I know I did just want to do a second call out for Mindy. I briefly mentioned that, she was soliciting, but none of this would have been possible without Mindy finding the partners and connecting the dots and knowing what she knows in order to help facilitate, helping us through your process and helping the federal agencies through your process and our process. And so, yeah, a lot of this is definitely on Mindy, and it's really important for us to have Mindy as a direct partner. So thank you, Mindy.
She's important for us too. So thank you. We share that. Appreciate you joining us this morning. That's awesome news. And thank you. Next time we'll do the in-person with the big check, because that's really fun.
Yeah, come back anytime.
Come back anytime with a big check. We'll work in. All right. Thank you again. Nick, do we have any other public comment?
I want to acknowledge Commissioner Heath has a hand up.
Oh, thank you. And I'm going to need help with that, by the way. It's kind of hard to see on my box's screen. So,
Stephen, thank you so much for presenting that exciting information. And we all share your high regard for Mindy's work. Can you say more about, are these, like, the folks who buy them, are they in-state or national partners? help us understand a little bit more about this so that we can be thinking more about ways that these kinds of projects can be pursued.
Yeah, great. So we have, the reason why we have, we're looking at 9 projects is each project itself has a specific area that we can sell those credits. And the way the federal mitigation rule is written, what they want is they want these aquatic resource offsets in the same regions as the aquatic resource impacts.
Okay.
And they are directly regulated by the Army Corps of Engineers and EPA, what they call the 404 program. And so a lot of what we do definitely hinges upon federal regulation of aquatic resources. And so, we do, quote unquote, sell the credits, but at the same time, we don't really, there's nobody who's buying the credits necessarily unless they're federally required. Across the country, there might be about 5,000 permits a year through the 404 program. And then in Colorado, I don't know offhand, what that number is, but across the country, there's banks everywhere in the country, and directly for the 404 program offsets. And we just happen to understand the markets here in Colorado. I'm sure everyone knows that Colorado is growing. All areas of Colorado are growing. Hundreds of thousands of people have come to Colorado in the last 5 years, and probably will continue to grow. And we hope to continue to be a partner with you guys and being the, put mitigation banks in the areas that have the most need for the program to capture those offsets of impacts.
So are these then approved at the regional level, or does it have to go all the way up in order for you to get approval?
Yeah, great. So there is a lot of different approvals, the main one being the Army Corps of Engineers. I'm not sure, Colorado is also unique for the Army Corps of Engineers. I guess there used to be 3 different districts that would divide in Colorado. Now there's only 2. So we have to go up to 2 regional offices, one out of Omaha and one out of Albuquerque. But we do work with the local folks that are here in Colorado to identify the banks, to review the banks. Other groups that contribute, what they call is an interagency review team. EPA is part of that. Colorado Parks and Wildlife is part of that. DWR is part of that. Sometimes historic SHPO, like historic resources, cultural resources, and in general, if there's any other stakeholder groups that have a particular interest in the natural resources, they can also be part of that interagency review team. When we review these, not to get too down into the weeds here, but when we submit these applications for review, we really try to collaborate with all the partners and see if we can meet all the needs of the stakeholder groups to really make it a win across the board for everybody involved, for natural resources, for conservation, for recreation, and things like that.
Thank you. Terrific. Thank you. All right, Nick, I'll turn back to you to see if there's any further public comment.
Yeah, one more call, folks, and listening along as attendees. If you have a comment not for an item not on our published agenda, please use the raise hand feature. No hands are raised, Commissioner.
Okay, we'll just keep moving through our agenda. We're next on item B, Director Ryan, announcements. I think you're muted too. No announcements, just a.
No announcements.
Okay,
Nope.
very good. All
I'll
right.
keep us moving.
Okay, we'll keep going to Department of Natural Resources. Tim, I see your name. There we are. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Tim Brass, and I serve as the Assistant Director for Parks, Wildlife, and Lands with DNR. DNR staff have been really busy with the legislature in full swing. Roughly half of the expected bills from this session have already been introduced, and we really appreciate the ongoing coordination with State Land Board staff on relevant legislation, and we'll be sure to keep you all apprised of additional major updates that are relevant to the State Land Board. First, a couple of DNR staffing updates. We just closed the job search on our state water engineer position. And DNR will now be working in close coordination with Governor Polis to select a final candidate in the coming weeks. We made an offer this past week for our federal affairs policy analyst position, and we expect to have this person on board here very soon. This position will assist DNR and its divisions in responding to federal planning processes. In addition, we have made a recent decision to repurpose the Assistant Director for Climate, Forest Health, and Energy position and repurpose that for a Policy Director position, which will supervise the Assistant Directors within DNR and will report directly to Deputy Director Tim Mock. This past week, Michael Cunningham was selected as the new director for the Division of Mining and Reclamation and Safety. Michael has spent 16 years of his career at DMRS, most recently as the Senior Environmental Protection Specialist. We're excited to have Michael in this new role. Moving on to legislative updates. DNR introduced a bill 2 weeks ago, which would allow CPW to conduct investigations and surveys of native invertebrates and rare plants in order to develop information about population, distribution, and habitat needs, which will help identify conservation and management measures for these critical species. This bill follows the recent release of the pollinator study, which the State Land Board staff played a key role in developing. And the bipartisan bill was introduced as House Bill 1117, and it's being sponsored by Representative McCormick, Representative Soper, and Senator Marchman. DNR is continuing to work on our Wolverine reintroduction bill, as well as the cleanup bills for both Colorado Parks and Wildlife and ECMC. Another bill that we're currently tracking is Senate Bill 5, which would require local jurisdictions and state facilities to prohibit the installation of non-functional turf for all new development and redevelopment on any commercial, institutional, or industrial property, as well as common areas of HOAs. This bill is passed out of the Senate Ag Committee, and we see it as complementary to CWCB's turf replacement program, as well as Governor Polis's executive order requiring water-wise landscaping for new and redeveloped state facilities. As you may have seen, there's been a good deal of discussion around the proposed dredge and fill legislation. CDPHE's Water Quality Control Division is currently proposing to revise the Water Quality Control Act to protect Colorado waters after the Sackett versus EPA Supreme Court decision, which removed federal protection of some wetlands and other waters. Under that decision, the type of water bodies subject to federal jurisdiction is significantly narrowed. Under this proposal, CDPHE would work with other state agencies and stakeholders to develop a new program to meet the demand for permits in the state. DNR will remain engaged in this bill, and we also acknowledge that some stakeholders within the water community have been pushing for a dredge and fill permit to live within DNR. That's all I had for legislative updates. Moving on to a few tribal updates with leadership from DNR's tribal liaison, Stacy Coleman. DNR continues to work closely with the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute Indian tribal leadership and staff on a wide variety of issues, including water projects and funding needs, wildlife management and reintroduction efforts, state park projects that are protective of cultural resources and support access to cultural traditions and practices, DNR is also coordinating with the tribes on renewable energy development, forest health and wildfire mitigation needs, state land leasing, and matters related to the respectful renaming of geographic features throughout the state. Moving on to energy, DNR continues to engage with the Colorado Energy Office to finalize the update to the state's greenhouse gas reduction roadmap. We expect the final updated roadmap to be published in the coming weeks. That update will detail additional actions that the state can take to meet our statutorily mandated greenhouse gas reduction targets. DNR is also working with the Colorado Energy Office on a bill to streamline and standardize the siting of renewable energy projects in Colorado. We expect legislative action this session that will define the state's role in renewable energy siting, will protect wildlife resources, and will maintain county siting authority. ECMC is currently pursuing a legislative initiative that will clarify the commission's authority over geologic carbon sequestration projects. That bill will likely define pore space ownership, create a process for the unitization of pore space, and give commission authority over direct air capture projects. ECMC has begun rulemaking process to adopt new cumulative impact rules for oil and gas development, and they're expecting to have that ready by April 2024. ECMC has released draft rules for public comment, and they anticipate a rulemaking hearing here in late April. Lastly, a few updates from CPW. Colorado Parks and Wildlife continues to do significant stakeholder outreach regarding legislation, which would give the agency the authority to reintroduce wolverines in the state. The recent threatened listing decision included an interim 4D rule, which will help guide future take and land use decisions related to the management of these species. CPW recently submitted comments on this plan, and we're in conversations with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about what reintroduction will look like in the state. Following the successful reintroduction of 10 wolves in Colorado this past December, CPW staff have been investing a significant amount of time into efforts designed to improve communications and coordination with stakeholders who are impacted by wolves. As part of this effort, on January 24th, CPW released a new map which identifies the known range of collared wolves currently residing in the state. CPW also signed an MOU with the Department of Agriculture, which outlines key actions that the two agencies can take together to prevent future wolf and livestock conflicts. To complement this agreement, the Department of Agriculture is currently seeking legislative approval for new staff capacity that will assist producers with conflict minimization. CPW remains committed to the implementation of the wolf plan, however, has decided to hold off on reintroducing any additional wolves during the 2024 capture season. CPW continues to work on several important planning processes, including the Outdoor Strategy Plan, the State Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan, and the statewide Habitat Conservation and Connectivity Plan. That concludes DNR's updates, and I'd be happy to take any questions you may have or pass along any feedback to my colleagues.
Thank you, Tim. And Commissioner Heath, I see your hand.
Tim, could you say more about the renewable energy siting proposed legislation?
Sure, yeah, be happy to. So this is an effort that's been really led by the Colorado Energy Office, and the Colorado Energy Office has been meeting regularly with a coalition of NGO stakeholders who has come together and proposed sort of a framework for how energy would be addressed in the state. DNR has also been working in close coordination with CEO and the governor's office to try to figure out, a route which would maintain county siting authority, but also develops a statewide framework for how what consultation from Colorado Parks and Wildlife, for example, would look like, similar to how oil and gas development has been handled. So I think that's about as many details as I think I can offer at this point, but as soon as we have a draft, I'm definitely happy to share more.
Okay. I guess two things. First, are you coordinating with Chris from State Land Board? You know, we developed a proposed corridor for renewable siting, and I think that was done in collaboration with a number of other entities. State authority around siting and permission, or would that still rest with the counties?
So that's a good question. To your first question, so Aaron Ray on our team, he's really been leading the charge on this, and he has been coordinating with the State Land Board as the proposal begins to take shape. As to your second question, yeah, I guess the latest conversations have been retaining county authority over siting decisions, but having a statewide framework in place, which would help address things like, consultation with CPW and avoidance of high priority habitat and that sort of thing.
But
Yeah, Bill, were you going to
final
add to that?
decision would still rest with the counties?
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Commissioner Heath, the governor's greenhouse reduction roadmap version 2 is about to be released, and we were mentioned in that in regard to some of the renewable siting, and so we'll be doing a bunch of mapping work. In addition, David Rodenberg and others here will be looking at our own renewable siting policy. We've used what I would say is kind of a blunt instrument around pounds of forage per acre, and I think we can refine that. I see Chris Hawkins just joined us, but Nature Conservancy and other organizations have some tools that can help us refine where we put that and help us with best management practices around wildlife. And so we are called out specifically in the greenhouse reduction roadmap to help better develop some of these tools.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chavez, I see your hand.
Yeah, and Commissioner Heath and I are thinking the same thing. She asked all the questions I was interested in, and particularly collaboration with our staff to make sure, I think their work has been very thoughtful in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, did you have a follow-on comment for us?
Yeah, thank you, commissioners. For the record, Ben Teschner, the Solid Minerals Manager. I wanted to just put a pin in a couple things that were mentioned. One is that our staff has been involved in the carbon rulemaking and provided comments on that. And that's wanted to tell the commissioners that, and also that I was very excited to learn that Michael Cunningham is taking over as the director of DRMS. For the commissioners who may not know Michael, Michael has spent a long time with DRMS and has worked on the ground, and I've been on the ground at a lot of our sites with Michael. And so as we rely on our regulators to help us do our work and protect our assets, I'm very excited that Michael is somebody who will be doing that and assisting in the permitting process from the DRMS side. So we should, I think, take a lot of comfort in that hiring.
Thank you, Ben. And Tim and Ben, I'm guessing I think we've had conversations about liability, long-term liability questions, particularly with carbon storage. So it's good some of these bigger questions and issues are being tackled a bit. All right. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. With that, we can move forward. What I'm kind of thinking is we can go hear from Elliot with under our business items, the Lowry Ranch Cooperative Planning. and then take a break, which should be roughly halfway through our meeting, if that works for everyone. And certainly, you know, we're virtual. You can always take care of any needs you have. But let's go forward with Elliot if people are comfortable with that.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Scanlon. Yeah, I don't want to be standing in between people in a break, but we'll hopefully have something that is engaging for you here. Again, for the record, Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working Lands. Let me present my screen. Are you all seeing my slides now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So this morning we're bringing you back to Lowry Ranch to discuss the current status of agreement we have with Arapahoe County Open Spaces, the Nature Conservancy, Trust for Public Land in Great Outdoors, Colorado, and to prepare you for a decision at a future meeting to consider an extension of that agreement that we have in place. This matter is covered in your board packet, tab number 3. This is a photo of Lowry looking east towards Box Elder Creek and reflecting the property's superior rangeland grasses, thanks largely to the use of rotational grazing practices. Throughout the slide deck, you'll see an assortment of beautiful photos of the property taken by Raquel Wurtzbaugh, a CPW colleague and a partner at Trainer Cattle Company, one of our lessees. So the 2020 update to the Lowry Ranch Asset Management Plan, which was a copy was in your package, confirmed that this is one of the land board's most valuable assets. A great deal of work has gone into planning for its future, and today we're going to discuss the continuation of those efforts with some key partners. Together, we're exploring ways to permanently protect parts of the ranch while optimizing economic outcomes for the school trust. Lowry Ranch is located in Arapahoe County, east-southeast of Denver and adjacent to the city of Aurora. As you well know, I understand that you have all toured this property on more than one occasion. The ranch is at the edge of the greater metropolitan area. Here you can see the incorporated areas in each county in darker gray. In green is the Buckley Space Force Base, as it is now known. And to the northwest in pink is the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. Just some properties that may come up in the conversation. At nearly 26,000 acres, Lowry Ranch is one of the largest contiguous properties in the metro area, which is an important factor behind the creation of the partnership we're discussing today. The history, which you probably remember, but just to reiterate, obviously the historic military use when it was the Lowry Bombing Range, through the acquisition by the State Land Board. It's consideration for real estate development and open space conservation at a point in the past, moving through mineral resource extraction, and now the current focus on sustainable grazing operation and studies of natural resource values. That focus really originated with the Stewardship Framework Report, which was included as an exhibit in the board packet. And the current cooperative planning agreement with the partners who are presented today is a natural extension of those studies. We'll hear a little bit more about the next steps from our other presenters. Just to remind you, there are a wide range of leases on this property, from cattle grazing, oil and gas, military training, water development, solar energy, private recreation, and rights-of-way and easements. We have in the past considered and are studying through this planning effort the potential for real estate development and the value of open space as protected resource. It warrants saying out loud what we all know. This is a special property for lots of reasons. From a financial standpoint, it has generated more than $200 million for school children. From a valuation standpoint, it is highly valued in part due to its proximity to a major metropolitan area. And from a stewardship standpoint, it's a signature example of before and after, what can be accomplished with excellent stewardship practices and rotational grazing. Two of the more recent planning efforts staff has undertaken are the 2050 Stewardship Framework, which I mentioned, and the update to the Asset Management Plan, both of which you have in your packet if you wish to review them again. So following the Asset Management Plan and Sustainability Framework, the staff developed a set of goals for future planning efforts that protect the natural values of the property, preserve opportunity for future development, to allow public access and recreation, to accommodate the Colorado National Guard training, and to leverage public funding to accomplish outcomes. To that end, we have partnered with Arapahoe County Open Spaces, Trust for Public Land, the Nature Conservancy, and Great Outdoors Colorado through a 3-year agreement which the board approved in 2021. Today, we're going to hear an update from our partners and discuss the work that still needs to be done to meet that objective. So we're going to understand the progress to date. We're going to review objectives from that 2021 letter of intent that was signed. And then we'll discuss a bit an extension of that agreement, which is not an action that's coming for you today, but is one that we want to bring to you in the future, and wanted to give you this update now so that you could ask the questions that you have regarding this work as it moves forward. Joining us today to present these updates are Michelle Frischman from Arapahoe County Open Spaces, Wade Shelton and Hannah Redmond from Trust for Public Land, and Christopher Hawkins and Matt Moorhead from the Nature Conservancy. I will now stop my sharing so that we can go to Michelle's presentation. But as Michelle is pulling up her slides, did you have any questions for me at this point? We will have room for conversation at the end of the presentations, of course. I don't see anything. Michelle, I think if you want to share your screen.
Sure thing. I'll just introduce myself real quick. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Michelle Frischman. I'm the Grants and Acquisitions Manager for Arapahoe County Open Spaces. I'm very happy to be here with you today. As one of the partners that Elliot mentioned, we're very excited to continue moving forward with this project and examining all the different possibilities there are for Lowry Ranch. So I will just be giving a brief presentation to reintroduce Arapahoe County Open Spaces to anyone who is unfamiliar with the program or hasn't worked with us recently. So I will share my screen. Can you all see that all right?
You need to switch at the top to swap the display setting to the presenter mode.
I think that just worked.
Oh, did it work? Okay, thank you.
All right. You can see that first slide?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, the Arapahoe County Open Spaces program is celebrating its 20th year, and we've done a lot over the years that I would like to share with you. But some of our main focuses include building and maintaining trails, enhancing neighborhood and regional parks, and preserving natural and heritage areas that we have in the county. We, through our own county projects and our funded projects that our partners have implemented, we have contributed to 78 miles of trails, 190 park, trailhead, and heritage area projects, and conserving 32,000 acres of open space in Arapahoe County. We also do quite a bit with the community, different events held at our heritage areas. Those include the 17 Mile House off of Parker Road that many of you may have visited, as well as the, I'm sorry, these slides are moving forward without my moving them, so I keep going backward. As well as our Arapahoe County Fairgrounds, which is very close to Lowry Ranch. The CSU Extension Office is also under the umbrella of Arapahoe County Open Spaces, and so we work with them closely on environmental education and programming with youth and families throughout the county. We additionally focus on assisting with land acquisitions and conservation easements, as well as doing our own acquisitions, and we hold several conservation easements ourselves. We participate in protecting riparian corridors and improving regional trail connections and safety for everybody who's out recreating. And we have an active agriculture program as well. On several of our open spaces that are not currently open to the public, we have grazing leases and farming leases that have been very successful over the years. I'm sorry for this chaos with the slides. They just keep progressing forward, and I'm not sure how to stop that. In 2021, we adopted a new 10-year master plan for the Open Space Department with these main objectives: to provide equitable access to nature, maintain ecosystem health and resilience, supporting a sustainable system of all of our programs and operations, aligning our policies within the department and within the county overall to improve the impact of open spaces. And then finally, I'm happy to say that this last bullet, protecting the future of the open space system, has already been accomplished. In 2021, we had our open space tax permanently reauthorized with more than 76% of the vote. And so that will ensure the permanent open spaces program in Arapahoe County. One more thing that I also would like to just point out about the master plan, which you're welcome to view on our website, is that the plan looked throughout the county at areas that are going to be important for ongoing protection in the future. And Lowry Ranch and its riparian corridors were one of those priority areas. So. Just to give you a sense of our existing property portfolio, we already own and maintain over 5,400 acres throughout the county. That includes everything from smaller neighborhood type parks all the way up to large open spaces of thousands of acres, some of which are open to the public, some of which are not just yet. And we also own or maintain several trail corridors and trailheads throughout the county. As I mentioned, our open space tax was permanently reauthorized almost 3 years ago now. That is a 0.25% sales and use tax that currently brings in about $40 million a year. And this graphic shows how that tax is distributed. Half of it is given back automatically to the cities and towns in Arapahoe County for their own park, trail, and open space projects. And then the other 50% is divvied up as shown here. I want to especially point out the 20% acquisition and development fund and the 9.9% maintenance fund. Those are the buckets of funding that would really that's where we would look for the funding necessary to work on this project with all of you, as far as acquisition dollars, development dollars to put in public amenities for recreation, and then obviously to maintain the property in the future. Over the life of the program, as I mentioned, it's been 20 years now. The tax has brought in over $482 million. And 69% of that has gone right back out to our communities through not only our ShareBack program, but our annual grant program and joint project funding that we make available as well. And that's all that I have for you. I'm happy to take questions, and I will get out of this sharing because it just keeps advancing without my doing anything. Thanks for your patience with that.
Thank you for your presentation.
Of course. Any questions?
Yeah, you can have questions for Michelle while Wade and Chris are setting up their deck, and then obviously we'll have time at the end for everybody.
I just need Michelle to stop sharing, and then I will get things shared on our end. And,
sorry, Wade.
That's quite all right. And I can attest that I fear I'm going to have the same challenges as Michelle with the presentation. And whether I do or not, though, I've worked with Michelle since she was at GOCO, and I can attest that everyone on our team at TPL, Arapahoe County, and TNC, we're far better at conservation than we are at Zoom. So please don't let any technological difficulties that any of us have today reflect on what we can do for you all here, because we're really excited to work with you all. So hopefully we'll see if I have the same challenge or not. So everyone can see the Trust for Public Land and Nature Conservancy presentation, I take it?
Looks good.
Excellent. All right. Well, really appreciate the opportunity to present and speak with you all today. We're, obviously the Trust for Public Land and Nature Conservancy, we are already partnering with the State Land Board on the Bohart Ranch in El Paso County around Colorado Springs. And we're really excited to talk to you about what we really see as a very unique conservation opportunity in Lowry Ranch. I'll give the first half of the presentation, and then Chris will take over and give the second half. So what we really have here from TPL and TNC's perspectives is a once in a generation opportunity to create new public recreation opportunities in the metro area. This would be at an unheard of scale where we can protect natural resources, strengthen and support military readiness, in this case, really training, because as you all know, that's what really occurs at the Lowry Ranch, and support public education, secure agricultural and local food, and increase landscape and community resiliency, at a scale that you normally really wouldn't see anywhere in the country on one project or one conservation or real estate transaction. And what TPL and TNC are doing is really taking a great partnership and expanding it and moving it north. And this partnership started back in late 2017 with Fisher's Peak State Park. That's when the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy were invited by the city of Trinidad to come down, take a look at the roughly 19,000 acre Crazy French Ranch, and see if we could help them acquire a portion of it to create a regional park. Obviously, that grew exponentially, bringing in partners like GOCO, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to acquire the entire property and turn it into Colorado's 45th state park. So after that huge success, what TPL and TNC realized is that on the right kind of project, we can do a lot more working together than we can separately. We are sister organizations in a manner of speaking, in that the Trust for Public Land grew out of the Nature Conservancy in the early 70s to focus more on projects that could connect people to land and help everybody have a place to get outside close to home. While the Nature Conservancy obviously focuses more on rare habitat, wildlife habitat, rare species, but we have far more in common than we have different. So that the Fisher's Peaks partnership gave us the opportunity to move north, bring in the Palmer Land Conservancy as a local partner, a third part of our triumvirate, and that grew to focus on Colorado Springs and 3 military installations in the U.S. Air Force Academy, Schriever Space Force Base, and then Fort Carson as what we are calling the SOAR partnership in security, open space, and agricultural resilience, to really, as you all already know, I won't spend too much time on this, to work with you all to acquire and conserve and then see conveyed to the right long-term stewards and owners roughly 80,000 acres of state land board holdings that are critical to those 3 installations continuing to be able to train and defend our country. And where we are now is we're ready to apply the lessons from the recent phase 1 Bohart acquisition with the state land board to the Lowry Ranch, and combine those lessons with what we've learned about Fisher's Peak, so we can take the opportunity here with the Lowry Ranch to strike a balance between the current uses that need to continue on the property, conservation, and public recreation. So one of the things that's really driving this opportunity is the Department of Defense's REPI program, or Readiness and Environmental Protection and Integration. And for those of you not familiar with the REPI program, this program was created to basically address how development can compromise military readiness and operations. And this is not done through any kind of forced sale. I hesitate to even bring up the dreaded C word, condemnation. The Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy, we won't have anything to do with anything like that. We only work with willing sellers, which try and make people offers that that they can't refuse. So REPI provides market-based solutions utilizing conservation strategies to achieve military and public benefits. And it's about creating public and private partnerships that can bring in diverse kinds of funding and expertise to match the military resources to leverage a greater public good that first and foremost is about the resiliency of the military installations, but can really go far beyond that, creating the win-win-win type solutions that we're looking at here, where we can maintain agriculture, wildlife habitat, and then it helps secure the economic and cultural relationships with the military installations, meaning they can keep training, meaning that you can, in some instances, create public recreation, and in this instance, doing the kind of conservation transactions that benefit public education in Colorado just by virtue of working with you all, so that you can really do far more together than you could separately. And this kind of partnership really brings in a diverse range of funding partners. Obviously, what you're seeing up here are largely the kind of conservation funding partners that you would think about for projects like this. GOCO, stateside land and water conservation funding, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. But when you couple that with the REPI program for the Department of Defense, and then also the opportunity to bring in the kind of funding partners you don't normally see in conservation, like defense contractors or foundations that aren't focused on the kinds of things that the Trust for Public Land, the Nature Conservancy, and Arapahoe County are focused on. You're really able to do more by bringing in these partners that normally wouldn't be part of a conservation real estate transaction or planning project. Illustrating this, we've already have in the SOAR partnership in Colorado Springs, we've already had one defense contractor in Northrop Grumman provide a grant to our partnership of $1 million for the next 4 years. Because they recognize how important it is to keep the Air Force Academy able to fly pilots and train pilots and defending our country, among many other things. So, and we'll be doing this by using community engagement to guide us. I want to be clear that the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy, we recognize that this kind of project, that our missions will be achieved if we can achieve everyone else's mission. If we can come up with the right playbook and the right approach for the Lowry Ranch, for the state land board, for the military, and for the community at large, as well as all the existing uses already out there, we will achieve our mission just by virtue of doing that. So it's an opportunity for us to use the local community needs and all of the stakeholders to help guide our approach and strike the balance that we need. It's really about us coming in and listening and helping all of you achieve your goals, rather than coming in and trying to wag the dog or anything like that. Our job is on the implementation side, and we bring the right combination of experience to balance conservation and public recreation. Fisher's Peak was a really good example and a really good lesson in how you can start projects of this magnitude with both goals and other goals in mind. It's more typical to see a large-scale conservation project that is either focused solely on public recreation, where you may end up loving some of the natural resources to death as a result, or you have something that's more focused on wildlife habitat, protecting the resources that you need, but the public can't benefit it as much. So we know how to do this, and by taking this approach, we can help set community expectations moving forward. Another critical piece is making sure that the local community is listened to, but is also aware of the challenges we're going to face, and that we don't overpromise with what we can deliver on. One of the worst things you can do is leave the community to their own kind of imagination, because they'll start thinking it can be anything they can think of. And that's a great way to set people up for disappointment. But if you take the approach we did in Fisher's Peak, where before our two organizations bought and held that property and continued raising money so we could convey it to Colorado Parks and Wildlife and save the state millions of dollars in that acquisition, we first did a small scale community engagement process to make sure that we were correct about what the community needed, and that the approach we were taking was going to meet the needs of Trinidad, Los Animas County, and Colorado as a whole, so that we could be certain that we knew what their expectations were and that we weren't over promising on what would ultimately we could deliver on. And in this case, Colorado's Eastern Plains, as you all know, are far underutilized for public recreation. So we have a great opportunity to use this project to change that and maybe ultimately catalyze other opportunities on the eastern part of our state that isn't tapped for these kind of needs. But at the same time, we don't want to overpromise on that and make people think we can do more than we can do while we're still figuring these things out. There we go. So then finally, we will incorporate a broader community vision with this project. We're going to be implementing the community's goals and needs, not our own. As Chris will get into, we can really rely on the Metro Denver Nature Alliance to make sure we have a good handle on those community needs, and ultimately use this to expand on what we already know from existing open space and public recreation plans, and use that to dial down to what would specifically work at the Lowry Ranch. And this Venn diagram just gives you a good illustration of how you can use military training protection through the REPI program to come up with what really are, there's one of the, you see 6 huge outcomes you can leverage together, but there's a 7th. Again, that's supporting public education in Colorado by virtue of working with the state land board. And that ultimately, by using the public funding we can bring in for conservation, we can leverage public and private philanthropy to ultimately bring in more funding and more diverse kinds of funding than you typically could. So we can accelerate and amplify the actions we need to take on the property to deliver on this and achieve all those multiple landscape scale outcomes all at once, far more quickly than if you were trying to do it piecemeal or by phases. And with that, I'm going to pass the proverbial mic to Chris, and but I will continue to handle the slides. So Chris, are you ready to go?
Yeah, and thank you for doing that, Wade. Thank you for setting the stage. Michelle, thanks again, Elliot, and to everybody at the State Land Board for having us here today. So Chris Hawkins, he, him, I lead the cities program in the Colorado chapter of the Nature Conservancy. I want to paint a little bit of a regional kind of picture and give folks a sense of why, again, I think everybody recognizes that Lowry Ranch is incredibly special, but I think it's also special in this moment in time, and from a regional perspective as well. So the Nature Conservancy, Trust for Public Land, Arapahoe County Open Spaces, GOCO, all the partners mentioned are all part of an effort that's been moving forward the past 8 to 10 years called the Metro Denver Nature Alliance. The mission of the Metro Denver Nature Alliance is to align nature-based efforts to ensure more equitable access to nature and to promote healthy people, communities, and natural places. And Wade, if you want to move on, folks can kind of see the logo soup, but we have representation from all 7 county open space programs, from Great Outdoors Colorado, Denver Regional Council of Governments, multiple more kind of grassroots partners, nonprofits, et cetera, about 50 plus organizations who have all been engaged in the Metro Denver Nature Alliance. And I want to give folks a sense of kind of where this sits within our broader kind of arc of working. And just so folks get a sense as well, both the Nature Conservancy and Trust for Public Land are part of the leadership of the Metro Denver Nature Alliance. So if you want to go to the next slide here. And I'm going to be saying next a lot, Wade, so you might want to turn on that auto feature if it exists back on again. So the concept here is that, if we want to see a region where people and nature thrive, there are outcomes, on the right-hand side here that we can all likely get around, right? So improved water, air quality, species preservation and restoration, equitable access to recreation and nature, et cetera. And that we're more likely to achieve that if we have a regional vision for people and nature that, is based in equity and has, dynamic, but also applicable set of regional goals for nature, natural infrastructure, access, land use. So working back a few years towards that goal, we started the Nature Conservancy and completed recently a project called a Regional Conservation Assessment. I'll share a little bit about that. So that's that yellow box. We needed both the ecological foundation and then the equity foundation. The Regional Conservation Assessment is a geospatial analysis of the region of high priority areas to protect, connect, restore, and enhance. It's a novel assessment, so it's the first of its kind, looking at habitat quality and connectivity at a regional scale. We also did this in close coordination with land managers and decision makers. So we have a leadership team, which includes all 7 county open space leads, others, to make sure that this is actually going to be valued in its applied use on the ground for decision making. The other analysis I'll share, and folks can go to the website and I can share some of this afterwards, but Colorado Parks and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service supported a complementary regional equity assessment. So defining equitable access to nature, really breaking that down, better understanding what we mean by equitable access to nature, and looking at some of the data around this. What I would share in short, I think we all know, is that Lowry Ranch provides a really outsized, unique opportunity to hold up and I think deliver on values that we've kind of uncovered in both of these assessments. So let's go to the next slide here. We're going to just take a quick look using that regional conservation assessment at the region. So our assessment area was this 7 county Metro Denver region, which comprises a whole range of ecosystems from alpine in the west out to grasslands, sand plains in the east, as y'all know. Next slide. You know, again, general area, and what you're seeing now are screenshots from our map viewer tool. All of this is available online in case folks are curious, but just provides you a high level sense of some of the regional habitat quality and connectivity that Lowry Ranch is unique to deliver. So that's the general area. Next slide. And again, you can see Lowry there. Next. Going in a little bit closer, kind of a rough outline. Keep going, Wade. What the analysis shows us, so we looked at habitat patches, 3 different habitat types across the region, so grasslands, forest, shrublands, and then those terrestrial areas that have some more riparian functions. So looking closer at Lowry Ranch, and we can keep moving. Again, what this tool allows us to do is understand at a high level, you know, the composition, habitat composition of the property. Keep going. And then we applied with our technical advisory team, which included more than 15 technical experts, ecological and biological experts. We did this relative regional habitat quality analysis, right? So really looking at properties and their value from a regional perspective. And it's clear as anything that you can see from that perspective, the high habitat value, relative regional habitat value that Lowry Ranch provides, so close to that kind of those urban concentric circles. We can go ahead. And again, I'm happy to share some of this, the links and data. But again, it's so evident the value of this property. Continue. The other thing that we looked at was habitat connectivity. So without getting too far into the sausage making, and please no technical questions on this one, the green areas on this map, so this is looking at connectivity. The green areas are basically pixels in which if you are an organism, or let's say you're a mule deer, on one of those green pixels, you have no barrier to your flow from one green pixel to the next. The areas that are darker in, going from yellow to orange to red are areas where we see likely a high concentration of movement and a high volume of movement potentially from organisms across the region. So you can see that Lowry Ranch is providing, and you can keep going here, really, really clear value when it comes to both those diffuse areas where there are no barriers, and in other channels where we see really important flow between core habitat areas in the region. And so again, I just want to share that analysis, and I think that's the last slide we have there, Wade. We can dive more into what the MetroDNA's equity assessment also tells us about this property, and how it provides such unique value from equitable access perspective. But just wanted to share a little bit, both regionally and from the ecological perspective, that this is, again, just underscoring what everybody knows. This is such a unique property, unique opportunity to balance both needs for habitat protection, connectivity, and equitable access to nature. And I'll pause there, but happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Chris. I
And
think
then
we're
just to wrap
available
up,
for any questions, Commissioners.
Elliot, I got
sorry.
one more slide so we can get down to brass tacks of what's next. Is we gave some high level stuff, but we got to get into specifics so we can get there. So the next steps on our end at the Trust for Public Land and Nature Conservancy at Arapahoe County will be to do a phase 1 environmental assessment, the property. We know you all, the State Land Board, have done a lot of that on your own already and are a great resource on that. But of course, with our goal of acquiring significant portions of property from you all, conserving them and where appropriate and getting them to the right landowners, we need a clear understanding of the site conditions to accurately appraise the property and identify the portions that are suitable for acquisition and in need of restoration. And as much as we can rely on what you are able to share, I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone. We ultimately still have to do our own phase 1. And so we are prepared to move forward with that, this spring. We have a firm identified that we're currently just getting the contract in place with them. We're well suited to do this work. And then once that is completed, the goal will be to do then some preliminary appraisal work that will help the Arapahoe County, TPL, TNC, and the Land Board establish purchase price expectations and fundraising needs. As we learned from working with you all in Colorado Springs and on the first phase of Bohart, we're already hitting the ground running on phase 2 of Bohart, just to make sure we're not slowing down. We know that we need to get a good handle on the value of the property so that we know we can meet the land board's price expectations and also establish our path for raising the funds we need to achieve that. And the final piece before we get into fundraising and preliminary community engagement will be to complete a preliminary concept plan of the property so we can come up with something based on all the existing open space, master plans, recreation plans, and so on for the area, so that we can come up with an initial concept of what would make sense based on the phase 1 environmental assessment, based on property values, based on the land board's goals and portions of property we know that you will want to retain. What is a concept of how we could acquire the other portions of the property, conserve the portions and get to Arapahoe County that makes sense for public open space, conserve the portions and get to the right private owners to stay in ranching, and also portions of the property that that may make more sense for the military to manage, so that we can ultimately come up with a concept that all of the partners can review and endorse as a preliminary idea of how things could work before we start fundraising and doing any kind of preliminary community engagement. This is the process. The Trust for Public Land is taking more often than not on acquisitions early on before we even look for funding, is making sure that we rely on all the existing conversations that have already had with community stakeholders to guide that initial concept plan and our fundraising efforts, so we can demonstrate that going in, we already have our finger on the proverbial pulse of what the community wants. But eventually, you do need to actually speak to the public and dial that down. But we want to make sure we're strategic about that and ultimately start doing that when all the partners are ready for it. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Elliot, for the additional time.
Of course.
Terrific. Thank you. I will open this up, Elliot, to any questions or comments from commissioners. I see Commissioner Chavez and Commissioner Heath.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. This is kind of
By the way, real quick, can we take down the screen just so we can see each other?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you. Although it was pretty.
Oh, thank you. Photo
Okay.
was from you all.
presentation. A couple questions. One, being that we're right in the middle of Bohart and those accompanying properties, does your staff have the time to jump into a project like this without being spread out so thin? These are, obviously important issues to us. And then my second question was, I was curious on the proposed reservoirs, if you believe they enhance the property or would prefer they're not there.
All right, first I'll speak to staff capacity. We are absolutely confident that we have the staff and the bandwidth, so to speak, to tackle this on top of the work with Bohart and in the Springs area. The key for us is recognizing that a lot of what we are ultimately going to be able to do at Lowry Ranch and how we need to do it will be lessons we continue to learn, from the Bohart Ranch and the other properties we're working on with you in the Springs. Given the amount of time that it'll take to complete a phase 1, complete appraisal work, and then ultimately come up with an initial concept plan and make sure that all the partners are moving forward during that time frame, that we will continue to be working on active acquisitions on Bohart and other properties in the Springs. And this is how the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy operate. That we're like any kind of for lack of a better way to put it, real estate firm, because in a lot of ways these are just real estate deals. You have the active projects you're working to close, you have the irons in the fire that you're working to fund, and then you have the ones that are more in the initial phases where you're trying to cook, so to speak, to see how can we put this together, how we can realistically put the funding together. So we are at a much earlier stage than we are with Bohart or some of the other projects. And so that is part of what gives us the capacity, is knowing that as we are able to acquire Bohart and other properties and move those forward, that will open up the staff capacity we need, for Lowry Ranch. Also add that the way we are looking to secure funding for Bohart and other other acquisitions in the Springs will play well into what we're doing with the Lowry Ranch. Phase one of Bohart Ranch basically kicked the proverbial door open of what we can do and the ability to do it at a larger scale. So now, just to give you a peek behind the curtain, we're looking at, for example, on Bohart, the matching funds we'll need for REPI funds to complete the remaining phases. We're looking to acquire all of them at once from USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service. They have a grant program that's specifically set up to do exactly what we are doing, of buying land, conserving it, and then conveying it to the right long-term owner and steward. So rather than applying for each phase individually, the plan is let's secure a big pot of money now, and then we can ideally complete it in fewer phases, or at least have the match lined up for the military right away. And as we continue to generate more excitement from funders like GOCO, CPW, also the Forest Legacy Program, the U.S. Forest Service, in the case of the work in the Springs, that's just going to catalyze more and more fundraising opportunities and get people more excited about what's possible at Lowry Ranch, given the extent of public recreation that is possible at Lowry that's not possible in the Springs. So, but I appreciate you making sure we're not spreading ourselves too thin. My wife, thank you as well. She doesn't want me working all the time, but our organization's doing this work for pushing 50 years, and we're confident we'll be able to get it done pretty well. Chris, do you want to speak a little bit more about the natural resource side of things? I think you have, I'm a real estate guy. Chris is going to speak to that better than I will.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'll be quick in saying that I think when it comes to capacity, this has been a project that we've been advocating for and thinking about for a few years now, and I think the value of it is well known, I think, within our chapter and with our leadership. So we've set aside both staff time, and we've been setting aside budget ahead of kind of anything coming in the door here to make sure that we're equipped both time-wise and with some resources to provide. I think when it comes to the reservoirs, I think that's kind of back to there are two variables there, right? So one, kind of the future state of those. I know that there's still potential that they get created, I think, and then certainly coordinating with community and open space program to better understand how that impacts. So I think the potential of those, I think, doesn't change anything from where we are in this moment today, and I think we would kind of address those as address that as it comes down the pike.
I'll just add on the reservoir side of things. Ultimately that reservoirs are a priority for, as I understand it, landlord, county, so they're a priority for us. And there's a way to do reservoirs, water storage that sometimes it can accommodate public recreation. Other times you're just making public recreation fit in with those reservoirs. But ultimately, I don't think it's any secret to anyone on this call. Water, they're not making more of it. And we need to make sure that we have the water resources we need to maintain the quality of life in the Front Range in Colorado. And from where I sit, any kind of conservation project I'm working on, if there's a water component, you need to be thinking about 50, 100 years down the road. So from where I sit, I think having reservoirs as a piece of this makes sense, given how important water resources are only going to grow for all of us this century.
Thank you. Commissioner Heath, I saw your hand.
Yes. First, thank you for the presentation and really commend you on the Metro Denver Nature Alliance and your involvement there. As we know, wildlife doesn't really know regional boundaries, and working together in so many ways really makes a difference. I note that you mentioned that this would increase public recreational opportunities. And while I know that's more finite than you're ready to talk about now, what kinds of public recreation opportunities do you foresee?
Chris, do you want to take that first, because you've done more work directly?
It's a great question, and I'd be curious if Michelle has thoughts on that too. I mean, I think it really will come back to us, I think, better understanding the property, community values, et cetera. I mean, I think there are existing recreation out there already, right? That I think like the Plain Club and others. I think, there are existing trails and non-motorized, I think, users already. I can certainly see a good amount of that. I think obviously with some of the complexities around the property, unexploded ordinances, et cetera, there would be clearly some clear channel areas for folks to recreate, but I could imagine a lot of, running, walking, biking, and then I don't know what the access is then to some of the, potential future water uses, but certainly there as well.
And I guess the final question I have is, obviously the unknown for all of us is what it's going to take to clean up the military residue that remains there. And can you just say, I mean, the numbers to do that are astronomical. And can you say more about, would your REPI funding go towards that, or how do you imagine that being dealt with?
We have a unique idea on how to handle that. Given that military still uses the property for training, and we know that the military, that one of the things left to the public recreation, this happens a lot on state game lands or state wildlife areas, throughout the country, that they're often open for other uses during the year, but when hunting season starts, mountain biking and horseback riding end, because you have your folks with firearms out in the woods, you can't have that conflict. So we know we'll need to strike a similar balance here, that the military is out training. We can't have people out mountain biking where they're flying helicopters. So we know that engaging with the public and the military as a stakeholder will really help guide those recreation uses. And I do want to, once I finish this answer, give Michelle an opportunity to talk about recreation, because ultimately our Arapahoe County open space is a big part of how we're going to do that. And Michelle has a better finger on the pulse of what residents in her community need. But what we're hoping with the military is that they want to continue training. There's no secret to that. And you have the roughly 6,000 acres of unexploded ordnance that we know needs to be dealt with. And one thought we have is, can we acquire the property and have the military ultimately take title to the portion that has the unexploded ordnance? Because if they're already, put to be, a little bit, glib, I guess, if they're going to be blowing things up, why don't they do it where there's already other ordnance that's going to get blown up in the process? And if anyone has the best resources to deal with what's buried there and what we can't have the public stumble upon, it's the military. And given those needs and what the rest of the project will be doing with them, both the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy, and retired Army General Barnes, who is on the Nature Conservancy's board and is one of our lead resources on the REPI program, because he helped create it. This is his idea. So we think there is a clear path for how we can use the Lowry Ranch project overall to work with the military and ultimately have them take responsibility for finishing the cleanup of that Lowry bombing range.
Thank you.
Michelle, do you want to weigh in, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you both. I would really echo what Wade and Chris had to say from the recreation standpoint. First, I think the most important thing is going to be going through that public outreach process that Wade described. That's a part of our planning as well for any county properties, to understand what the community is looking for on the property, but understanding the conservation values that this property provides, as Chris reviewed with you. I think we would be leaning more toward the type of passive recreation that he described, things like walking, biking trails, birding, things that allow people to enjoy the outdoors, but not active recreation types of things that we allow on other parks, like playgrounds and ball fields and things like that. I would be surprised to see those kinds of uses on this type of property. And then, of course, the reservoir question is a good one that we'll have to consider as we go through this whole due diligence and planning process, and whether a reservoir also provides some recreation opportunities. We'll certainly consider that. That would be something new for Arapahoe County.
Thank
you. Commissioner Probst has her hand up.
Yep. Commissioner Probst.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the very fulsome presentation. I learned some new things today, including about the Metro Denver Alliance. That's terrific. And for the record, I would disclose that I currently work for a global affiliate of the Nature Conservancy in Canada. And my question is maybe not one necessarily that you have the means to discuss today, but thinking of the 3-year duration of the letter of intent, I'm wondering if there is any probability or process underway where decisions by Arapahoe County or Aurora relative to land use, zoning, urban development, etc. What are the chances those go on during this intervening period of time where the land board is refraining and embracing this very productive process? I guess I'd just be interested in whether or not there are any of these land use actions that may occur during that 3-year period.
No, thank you for that question, Commissioner Frobe. As you probably know, the asset management plan, one of the goals in that was to be coordinating both with the county and Aurora on the long-range plans that they have. There are some inconsistencies between some of the documents that are out there in terms of long-term plans with what we have been talking about. Obviously, through this process and this agreement and this working group here, I expect to see some refinements in what the goals are for the property and the uses of them. So we have made requests for when those long-term plans are updated that we have some more input in terms of that. But to your point, we won't necessarily know exactly what we're asking for. So I don't know, Michelle, if you know off the top of your head what the comprehensive plan timing or trails plans, I know you're working on some trails plans and so forth, what from the county's perspective, what the next steps are and whether that meshes or how that aligns with the timing of the work that's being done by this group.
I am not familiar with an overall comprehensive plan that the county is working on right now, but I think what came to mind with the commissioner's question is there's been a lot of activity, I would say, in the last year or so. A lot of community voicing concerns about oil and gas, especially around Aurora Reservoir. And so the commissioners have taken that up, and I think plan to continue to look at that issue and understand, consider changes in the oil and gas regulations. And so I don't know exactly what they are looking at or a timetable for anything like that, but I think that we will absolutely need to continue to pay attention as those changes come along, if any more do come in the future as we're going through this planning process. It certainly impacts the uses of the property, whether Arapahoe County acquires it or not. It would impact the state land board's use as well.
I guess, and more specifically, and I think probably further to the discussion when I think we have final action on this extension, would be to have some understanding from both Aurora and Arapahoe's perspective as to the urban development, real estate development aspects, processes, things underway, an update before considering the final action.
Note taken. I will commit to reaching out to Aurora and through Michelle to other folks at the county to find out what the timing is for those and to find out what steps we need to take through this period where we're doing our planning to make sure that we have those lines of communication open. So thank you for that point.
Thank you.
Terrific. Any other questions or comments for Elliot or any folks? Director Ryan?
To the conservation team, we've talked about the conservation values and ecological values and all those sorts of things, but there is an enormous economic value to this property. And at the end of the day, we are fiduciaries to a trust. And I just want to make sure we don't lose sight of, we're talking about really large sums of money.
Yes,
And I know we've embarked on REPI and you guys have been magical in pulling together funding sources for that. And yet this is going to be a multiple of that. And I don't want to lose sight of that reality as we do this work. Again, I know we're just preparing to extend the timeline for you all to continue to do the work, but that's a reality that I think we all need to remember.
Absolutely. And, Commissioner Ryan, I'm tempted to say, did you talk to my boss, Jim, before this call? Because I hear
did
that from
not,
him all the
no.
time, because he'll say the same thing. It's a lot of money, and it's no question, that this is part of why this is such a significant project is the amount of money it will take to make sure that you all can sell it to us. We're well versed and well aware of the state land board's fiduciary responsibility to the state of Colorado, and I think one of the things that I hope we continue to help the public understand better through our partnership with you as it grows is that we shouldn't look at the state land board like the state forest service or the U.S. Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management. If we can put together a deal that it makes financial sense to you all first and foremost, then the goals of the military, goals of conservation, public recreation, they can fall under that umbrella. But if we are not meeting the price expectations that you all have, we can't move forward. So it's why we are taking our time on this to make sure that we've got a handle on what really makes sense for us to acquire, what it's going to take to clean it up, and what it's really worth. Because you're absolutely right, the economic impact, it has to work for your mission at the state land board first and foremost, or it won't happen. In a lot of ways, it's like the private landowners that the Trust for Public Land and the Nature Conservancy and Arapahoe County work with all the time. I lost track number of times to tell a rancher or any seller and say, well, no matter how great what I could put together, if it doesn't make financial sense to you, it's not going to happen. So we know these aren't small numbers, but when I look at the impact this will have for everyone's goal on this call and the military's goals, and then also the economic impact it's going to have on having this kind of permanently protected open space, recreation resource in the Front Range, the positive economic ripple effects of this project, it's difficult to calculate, certainly not off the top of my head right now. So that's part of why we're confident we can raise these amounts of money, because once you factor in what that is going to leverage for all of us moving forward, it makes sense to get those kind of investments from the Department of Defense and the rest of the funding partners we think will support this.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Chavez and Commissioner Frob's hands. Commissioner Chavez?
Quickly I know we're looking at some point to extend this cooperative agreement. Is there, will any of that include us, the land board, paying for part of phase one or appraisals, or is this done by the other partners?
We pay for it.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Frobe?
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. This will lead into actually the reflection I wanted to make, which I think it is really worth noting here that whether it's an entity or a person enters into, multi-year agreements, letters of intent for assets of the magnitude of this one, it's essential to have partners that are, they have the capacity, the expertise, and are actually investing their own time and money to get to this aligned and common outcome. And so the track record of the partners here and the money and effort and organization they've displayed in terms of trying to advance this, I think is noteworthy. So I just wanted to call that out.
Thank you. I was going to note as well. Yeah, it's an impressive collaboration, and look forward to seeing what happens next for us. So any other questions or comments from anyone? Terrific. Great session, Elliot. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all of you being with us online today as well. It is 10:12. Can we look at taking a quick break to maybe be back by 10:20 and allow a little bit of a stretch break for folks? So why don't we just do a quick break and then we'll work through the rest of our agenda when we return. Thank you. Terrific. All right, we get to hear from Mindy, Lesser Prairie Chicken, which we haven't talked about in a while. So Mindy, welcome and thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you. Are you able to see my screen, commissioners?
Yes.
Great. I'm Mindy Gottsagen, the Conservation Services Manager for the Land Board, and I'm presenting today on behalf of my role as the manager of the Ecosystem Services Line of Business or Business Program. I'll be presenting an information item on a proposed lesser prairie chicken species conservation bank. This is an existing ecosystem services planning lease. This is an information item only, and I won't be asking for any board action at this time. You have delegated staff the authority to approve planning leases through the ecosystem services leasing policy, but we're bringing this to you today for a special reason. And it's a bit of a different, we're entering kind of new territory with this mitigation, or with this ecosystem services planning lease. This is, can you see my screen advance? Oh, perfect, okay.
Yes.
So this is a new project for us. We're looking at species conservation banking at a new scale. We're in a new landscape. All of our current mitigation banks are on the eastern, are along the Front Range in a very different landscape. We're looking, we'll be working in Southeast Colorado in a very different landscape. We'll be involving far higher number of properties, and will be affecting different lessees. We want to acknowledge the fact that this will impact a higher number of lessees than normal, or than our past projects have. That said, we're at a very early phase in the planning lease and this project. So we want to, there's a lot we don't know, but I will be sharing with the information that we do know. And I would like your feedback about any comments or concerns. So I'll be pausing periodically through the presentation, and then also at the end, I can address those questions. So lesser prairie chicken habitat is located in southeastern Colorado. It actually extends into 4 other states, those being Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and New Mexico. But here in Colorado, it's in southeastern Colorado. This is a map showing state trust lands, surface lands, and minerals, the surface in blue, the minerals outlined in red, and it shows lesser prairie chicken habitat, which is composed of 3 different types. The orange shown on this map are the areas that are the kind of the highest priority habitat. It's where the birds live most of their lives, and they have their leks. I'll talk a little bit about leks in a minute. The orange, or the yellow areas are called the connectivity zones. They connect those high priority areas, but we may have roads passing through them or other kind of disturbing effects. And then the green shows the expected occupied range. This is where prairie chickens do live today, but it's not where they're normally found. It's not where most of the leks are located. An area, actually most of the area actually shown on this map, historically lesser prairie chickens occupied prior to European settlement. So we'll be focusing mostly on the yellow and the orange zones. This is where most of the birds are and where most of the habitat restoration activities are occurring, or focuses. And I want to remind the board that it approved a lesser prairie chicken stewardship action plan in September of 2020. Those are approved every 5 years, and they'll be coming back to you for consideration a year from now. And those stewardship action plans, as a reminder, contain leasing stipulations and directives to staff about what can happen within on state trust lands within those areas. Most of those restrictive or any stipulations are really applied to the focal areas in the connectivity zones. So a little bit of background, just we have, I was going to say relatively little surface lands in lesser prairie chicken habitat compared to other kinds of habitat like greater sage grouse in another part of the state. But we do have 84,000 acres or so of surface lands and about 114 separate grazing leases. If you remember from the previous map, we have a standard checkerboard pattern here. And so we don't have, in fact, maybe I'll just go back a slide. You can see that we have a traditional checkerboard pattern here. We don't have any of our larger properties located within lesser prairie chicken habitat. We have numbered them outside of it, but within this habitat area, we're really dealing with separate sections in our traditional pattern. And I just want to point out roughly this kind of half hourglass shape of habitat as it forms a pattern on state trust lands. We'll be seeing that in some of the other maps, and I just want you to get a feel for that as that displays on state land in southern Colorado. So back to this slide that shows the number of surface acres. I want to point out that we have almost twice as much mineral acres as we do of subsurface acres, as we do of surface. Back in the 20s and the turn of the century, of the 20th century, the State Land Board sold quite a bit of the surface land, mostly for cropland conversion. And so we retain the mineral ownership, but we don't have the surface ownership. And I want to also point out that we have a dramatically higher amount of renewable energy leases than we do have of other oil and gas or surface disturbing activities. So these are the number of lease acres. We actually, there's a higher number that are under planning leases than there are under production, but there's been a tremendous interest and effort to develop renewable energy out in this part of the state. And I'll talk about that next, or a little bit later. Again, just these are the number of grazing leases that we have. So I'm here to talk today about a proposed Lesser Prairie Chicken Conservation Bank. Why now and why at this time? The Lesser Prairie Chicken is listed as threatened by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It had been listed in 2013, was delisted through a federal court decision, and was recently relisted in September of 2023. The habitat, the reason it's in decline or it's been listed as threatened is because of long-term habitat loss and also newer impacts. So there's an opportunity now to create a species conservation bank. Before I move on from this photograph, I want to point out that this is a photograph of Lesser Prairie chickens during their kind of spring strutting or their dancing to attract females. This is done in the spring of every year. Lesser Prairie chicken, like greater sage grouse, have a strong site fidelity. And so where they pick these leks, the areas surrounding these become very important for habitat protection. And I'll show some of these spots on one of the later maps. Are there any questions at this time? Okay. So getting back to the habitat, there's been one of the reasons the bird is listed as threatened is there's been a dramatic loss of habitat. This is a photograph of what I would call exceptional sand sage prairie habitat. This is probably what most of the habitat looked like prior to European settlement. Lots of diversity. You can see that the foliage of the vegetation is probably knee-high to probably hip-high, and lots of opportunities for forage, for food, and for places to hide. This is a photograph of what I would consider healthy Lesser Prairie chicken habitat. Not exceptionally healthy, but again, lots of places to hide, different food sources. I would call this well-managed, fairly lightly grazed sand sage prairie. CPW staff have described what a good habitat, if it's good habitat for Lesser Prairie chicken, if you can take a football and throw it out 20 or 30 feet, and you might not see the football, that's good enough habitat for a Lesser Prairie chicken. Gives them places to hide and also opportunities for food. This is a property of our Rush Creek Stewardship Trust property, which was actually brought into the Stewardship Trust partly or largely because of its healthy Lesser Prairie chicken habitat. This next photograph shows poor Lesser Prairie chicken habitat. This is a piece of state trust land within Lesser Prairie chicken habitat. Here, the sand sage has been removed probably decades ago. It's fairly heavily grazed, but more important than that, it just hasn't been given sufficient rest and recovery to allow the foliage, to the vegetation to regrow. And this probably has also had some suffered impacts from drought as well. So although most of these areas have all suffered impacts from drought, this would have a harder time recovering from that. So it's this kind of habitat, this kind of property that would offer the most opportunity for enhancement. So coupled with the vegetation impacts of the loss of habitat, there's also been a tremendous demand for an increase in renewable energy in this part of the state. Here, these blue areas, this map represents Colorado wind resources by wind speed. This map was prepared by NREL and shows the different zones of the state based on their resource range of wind, with the darker blue areas being very high wind resources where wind energy can be located. Today, most of our wind energy is in this area north, just south of the Wyoming-Nebraska border. And in these areas out east in this middle blue, there's some wind energy projects down in Baca County. But you can see this area here, which is that half of hourglass shape, which coincides with lesser prairie chicken habitat. So this new wind energy development is having a significant impact on lesser prairie chicken habitat as well. And I'm just going to place, before we leave this map, these two polygons show the locations of these 12 properties that we're looking at for the lesser prairie chicken species bank. You can see that they're located outside the highest demand areas shown in dark blue, but the project still has to happen within lesser prairie chicken habitat. So the best habitat is actually, luckily, in some of these areas that are not the highest blue or the darkest blue. Coupled with that renewable energy, with the impacts created by the new renewable energy development, is the associated transmission power lines that needs to be installed to take that energy and bring it back to population centers. This shows one such line. I believe there are at least 3 currently in the planning phases that shows how this is moving through lesser prairie chicken habitat. This is a page from Tri-State's report showing how they're going to be assessing the take of the lesser prairie chicken habitat. LEPC is the same thing as LPC in terms of referencing lesser prairie chickens. They have to analyze the impact of this power line on the lesser prairie chicken. And this kind of project is exactly the thing that is creating the demand for a species bank that would create lesser prairie chicken habitat credits. So these two things together, the declining habitat, but also the demand for some kind of credits to offset new impacts, it's what's driving the creation with a need for this conservation bank now. And these two outlines show those same 2 areas as they're positioned within these power lines and on this map. So here, this map shows the location of the 12 sections that are involved in Ecosystem Services Planning Lease 115408 with Sheraton Hills Conservation. The squares in red are the 12 sections that are included at this time in the Ecosystem Services Planning Lease. You can see they're all located within focal areas, with the exception of just 1 or 2 that are adjacent to focal areas, but still within the connectivity zones. The small green circles indicate the current active LECs that are mapped by CPW and available on the Energy and Carbon Management website. And you can see the location of our other properties as well. Our lessee for the Ecosystem Services Lease is Sheraton Hills Conservation. They are a subsidiary of Burns McDonnell, with whom we have a successful wetlands mitigation bank in Larimer County. That bank just received final approval from the Army Corps of Engineers and is now available to sell credits. This particular lease, the planning lease, involves 12 sections, all of which are 640s. That totals 7,680 acres and will generate an annual ground rent of over $23,000 at the minimum base rate that's established through our Ecosystem Services Planning Lease, or not planning lease, excuse me, policy of $3 an acre. It involves 10 grazing lessees. 2 of those lessees have 2 sections, but most of these sections are leased by individual lessees. Each of those have operations ranging anywhere from their total operation based on information from their grazing application and other information between 3,000 or 100,000 acres. That means our land consists of between 2% of their operation or 24%. So the removal of this land or from their lease, or more realistically, the change in grazing management practices that may occur as a result of this project could impact as little as 2% of their operation or as much as almost a quarter of their operation. Future grazing will be allowed under adaptive management practices. We don't know what that looks like right now, but the Fish and Wildlife Service has signaled that grazing is compatible, but needs to be done in a way that provides sufficient periods of rest and recovery. And finally, 6 of those sections, half of them, are surrounded by private land. That's another issue that will be addressed during the planning lease period. But it's not all of those have access through existing roads. Staff review started about 1.5 years ago, working with Sheridan Hills Conservation through 3 separate phases of this process. They looked at a total of 24 sections for possible inclusion. Staff, through a line of business program review, where we submitted those to the different business programs, had their comments come back. Some of those, we eliminated 12 sections. We're also working kind of tentatively with CPW to get their feedback as well. And that is often a normal part of our line of business review anyways, to get comments or feedback back from CPW. In this case, because CPW will be an integral part of developing that conservation bank, we especially wanted their feedback on this. 12 sections had been eliminated through existing lease conflicts or distance from active lesser prairie chicken leks or other proposed development that was happening in the vicinity. And finally, just several weeks ago, about 2 weeks ago, staff held a lessee information meeting down in Eads, Colorado. And we invited all 10 of the lessees. 4 lessees showed up, and we had a presentation of what we know, much of what you're seeing today, and got feedback from them on how this will be impacting them. I will say that the Sheridan Hills Conservation has also hired a person on the ground that lives in this part of the state and knows many of the ranching families, and is also working with them to help them understand the implications of this bank, or this proposed bank. So I just want to take a step back and remind the board, this is a small diagram that shows the ecosystem services, different types of lease, both a planning lease and a production lease, and how it relates to bank phases. The planning lease, this kind of lasts anywhere from 2 to 4 years. I think in this particular project, it will be a little bit less than that. We're expecting 18 months. It could be as short as 18 months. It could be as long as 2 or 2.5 years, but we don't expect it to take as long as the wetlands or stream banks. And then the trigger of moving between the planning lease and the production lease is having some degree of confidence that the regulatory agency is going to approve the bank. That is when the lessee comes back to the board and applies for a production lease. And that is where you'll have a lot more time to look at. There's more information. At that point, we'll know a lot more about what the Fish and Wildlife Service has asked. I'm expecting some of those properties to fall out. It's typical for a planning lease to go kind of big and broad and then to be cut back as more information becomes available. And then after production lease is completed, that's during an active bank phase, there would be the long-term site management. The bank would be closed, and endowment fund pays for long-term site management. And these 2 triggers here is regulatory approval and the sale of the last credits. This current lease is right here. We're just at the beginning of this planning phase. So as I said, there's a lot that we don't know. We put together kind of a broad application and expect that some of it may be cut back. Are there any questions about this slide before I move on? Okay, we can come back to it if necessary. So the next steps are that Sheridan Hills Conservation will submit a prospectus report to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. That's a report that is kind of what I call kind of a 30,000-foot level report. They identify the properties we're planning to include. We include some all proposals, and it's from that information that we get initial feedback. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will review, perhaps reduce some of the properties, and also prioritize the list of which ones they would like to see come in first. Sheraton Hills Conservation will apply for a production lease with us. The board will take action on that lease, and even before it takes action, staff normally conducts appraisals on the properties they'll be subjected to, negotiates the terms of those lease. We would negotiate the order in which they would happen as well. And so all that would occur before the board takes action. But at that action, the board would also be making the decision to approve the placement of a conservation easement on the participating properties. And one thing I wanted to point out too, one thing that is different with this project as opposed to our previous mitigation banks, is all of those involved owning a portion of each section, where there were still areas outside the mitigation bank that were left unrestricted. In this case, staff is expecting that the entire section would be covered by a conservation easement, or if there were some areas removed, they would be minimal. Again, all that would be considered before you take action, and the board would have the opportunity to list any to pull out properties or make any changes that it needs to at that time. And finally, if the species bank is ultimately approved or finally approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the conservation easements would be applied only as the credit sales are contracted and sold. They would be placed on, for example, if they negotiate the sale of 500 lesser prairie chicken credits, we would put a conservation easement on one section, wait also then to sell the remaining sections, and a new conservation easement wouldn't be placed on the next section until we have those credit sales lined up. And that is the end of my presentation for today. Are there any questions or concerns that you would like staff to pay particular attention to as we proceed through the planning phase?
Thank you. And Mindy, if you don't mind taking down the screen so we can see folks. I see Commissioner Chavez and Commissioner Frub.
Mindy, thank you so much, and congratulations on the $1.3 million check today. That's fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Incredible. I had a couple questions. One, can you share with us some of the feedback that you heard from the ranchers?
Sure. I think the biggest concern is how grazing would be affected, and how the particular state's sections fit within their own operation. In one case, one of the lessees shared that it was integral to their kind of headquarters management and their rotational grazing. That's especially important for us to know so that we could either work around that or perhaps eliminate part of the property from the project. Another component was that they were interested in was exactly what kind of grazing would be allowed. The Fish and Wildlife Service has not signaled that, nor have they developed any specific grazing management practices. And what Sheraton Hills Conservation is planning to do is take the existing grazing management plans that they do have, use those as a starting point, and see if we can use those to guide future grazing management.
The second question, thank you on that. The second is regarding the grazing, and do you believe Sheraton would prefer just to have exclusivity on the ground? I mean, a bunch of these leases are coming up this year. They can just bid on the grazing and the ecosystem and not have to worry about grazing. Is that some part of their thinking?
No, I don't think that that's their thinking. They, one, we're looking at kind of long-term impacts, and we're looking at what we want to be a sustainable future. We do feel that grazing will be an important part of that. Exactly how that will look is particularly with longer periods of rest and recovery. I don't think that they wanted just to eliminate the grazing. And well, I guess your question was, would they be in a better position to control it? They would, but they don't want to supplant and have that impact on the local ag community. I do want to share one thing that they are exploring, and this is something that came up at our lessee public information meeting, is there is an opportunity for lessees to include some of their own fee land in these projects. That would only improve the project. It would increase the project size. They could put in a quarter section, a half a section. They could include more. We kind of opened the door more or less with welcome arms to say, we would, very much like to include some of your land to make this a better project. How that would all work, depending on which parts were added or not, would depend, during the planning lease. And then finally, Sheridan Hills is also exploring, would there be other properties that they could acquire? We've also, we also buy land. We've also signaled that we could potentially buy new pieces of land too, but that's a discussion for much further down the road. This is pretty early in the planning process, and we're really looking to work with these 12 sections or a subset of these sections. I will point out that most of these, some of these are already adjacent to or even surrounded by conservation easements. One of them is adjacent to the Sand Creek Massacre site. That's permanently protected. These properties were also chosen because some of them are adjacent to the Conservation Reserve Program properties, which are in relatively very good condition for lesser prairie chicken habitat. So these properties were somewhat strategically chosen, but we are very much interested in seeing how we could include other land, private land, as part of this project. Obviously, if they were to go forward, the Sheridan Hills would have to manage, obviously, what credits came from which properties, and that compensation could be provided accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Frobe?
Yes, Mindy, thanks for the details on your presentation. It targeted a lot of questions I had. I guess one is relative to the grazing. Is that something I'm imagining there are other lesser, or maybe not, lesser prairie chicken banks out there, or at least, or grazing management plans that already exist? Is that what you were saying? That there's a guidepost to go from?
Actually, there's not much of a guidepost there, in terms of at least available from the Fish and Wildlife Service. There is one existing lesser prairie chicken bank that was created when the species was first listed in 2013. That's located in Kansas. This is likely to be the first conservation bank for lesser prairie chickens in the state of Colorado. What I meant to say, and perhaps what you're referring to, is there are some of these lessees, and I showed the picture of one of those that had the relatively good habitat. It wasn't what I would call reference condition from pre-European settlement, but very good habitat. Taking that grazing management plan and using that as a starting point and proposing to use that very thing makes sense to us, because it's already produced good habitat where there are already birds. But the Fish and Wildlife Service has not developed its own grazing management practices.
And I am imagining this is something that will unfold during this planning lease?
Yes.
You would expect guidance before a decision needs to be made on whether or not the bank is created.
Correct. And often what happens is that the bank sponsor, in this case, Sheridan Hills, actually proposes the plan and Fish and Wildlife Service responds to it. This very thing happened in our Prebbles Meadow Jumping Mouse Bank with another bank sponsor lessee. We actually wrote the grazing management plan. Fish and Wildlife Service tweaked it. We cut it back. I felt it was too restrictive. We kind of negotiated. We finally came to a grazing plan that we felt made sense.
Mm-hmm. And just for sort of the relativity of economics here, it looks like it's $3 an acre for the lease. And I think probably some royalties from the sale of credits. So
yeah, that's exactly right. That revenue is just from the ground rent for the planning lease. The terms for, it doesn't include any revenue from the sale of credits. I would expect that there might be one credit per acre, though it may vary depending on the quality of the uplift or the amount of uplift that happens with the enhancement on each individual property. We don't know what those will go for, whether they'll go for $1,000 a credit or $100,000 a credit. So I don't have any projected revenue at this time. That is something we will have when we come back to the board, if we come back to the board for a production lease.
Mm-hmm. And then last question relative to that. So the lessees for isolated 640s, just looking at the leasing thing and trying to remind myself, they generally are paying what, like anywhere from $2 to $6 an acre
Yes.
at the most. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty, so this is a meaningful amount relative to what the ranchers paying, what the landlord's receiving, and as a motivation maybe in put their own private land in.
Correct. And this is a short term. I don't know what the long-term ground rent would be, but based on our current ecosystem services leasing policy, this is what it is. On the first page of your cover sheet, I think it's tab 4, I show all the existing grazing lessees on the property.
Yeah.
That standard chart we use as part of our standard template will show you what those are currently paying. The variation in those has to do with either how old the grazing lease is, and you maybe you recall that we have different tiers associated with grazing rates, so that is also reflected there too.
Okay,
But
thank
this
you.
is the most amount we'd ever have for an ecosystem services planning lease, but it's reflective of the fact that we're looking at 12 potential sections being involved in it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Great. Director Ryan.
Mindy, I told you I was going to ask you about this, and you nodded to it in your memo also, but your second bullet point in the discussion topic speaks to this will require a permanent conservation easement if it were to move forward as a bank. And as an agency, we historically haven't done that, or we've done it on a very limited basis. You know, a wetland or a stream corridor where we knew we weren't really forsaking a future development opportunity. Here we're talking about doing this over large sections of land on the Eastern Plains, and I don't know what the value of those parcels will be 50 years from now or 80 years ago, and yet we're permanently, at least as I understand it now, maybe being asked to permanently ease those things. And so I just want to have a discussion about that. I'd love to know, are there, you know, time limited easements or something like that that are available where, you know, if the species were to recover and be delisted, the easements would go away, or if it were to become extinct, or you know, I don't know what the possibilities are, but you know, as an agency, we've shied away from forever commitments because we're intergenerational. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. As we understand it now, there would be a permanent conservation easement put on any participating section that was involved in this. Those are permanent and they do not get removed. They theoretically, could they be? Yes, by a judicial action, but we would not be the holder of the easement. In the past, we've worked with Colorado Open Lands, or if they're not willing to do this, I mean, they've been our partners steadfastly, but in terms of a temporary or term limited easement, that is something that could be suggested in the prospectus report. I don't know how the Fish and Wildlife Service would react to that. I personally don't think wind energy will be around 100 years from now, because I think we'll have much better things. But even if the bird recovers, these properties would be an important component of that habitat reliance. If they go extinct, obviously it's less important to them. But I think for us that plays the long game, in terms of we're going to be here 100 or 200 years from now, we'll just have to take that as time goes on. I will say we also sell properties. We could also sell these properties with a deed restriction. There might be some that are interested in buying it, but this is all part of the analysis and the consideration you'll see in executive session before the production lease. That's why we do an appraisal on each property to know what we're giving up, what our estimated return will be. So far with the mitigation banks we've put easements on, we've seen a really good return. But that we'll be looking at that very carefully at the time we come back to you for a production lease. But it is not a decision to be made lightly. I agree. And unlike our other projects, this is going to involve the entire section. Unless we carve out pieces which will affect the quality of the habitat project. So we have to weigh all those things, and that's all what will happen during the planning lease period.
And I see Commissioner Frobe.
Yes, and to that end, in terms of the conservation easement, thinking about this too, there'll be a lot to consider if this moves forward and make a decision. I find myself wondering again with these isolated 640s that with getting paid the value of the conservation easement, albeit a value determined today versus in 50 years, I wonder if that reduction in value then makes it more likely that we might be able to sell these parcels to the existing ranchers. It's much more affordable, and that then becomes a complete transaction where we don't have that residual easement to think about or manage, although it's really the bank's responsibility to do that. So just a thought about that. And I did have one more question, but I can't remember it now. So maybe I'll leave it there. It seems like there's a lot of, I think the two, as a commissioner thinking about this, I will be very interested to see if the ranchers or any set of the lessees are interested in adding their fee land. I think that is sort of a very interesting indicator of sort of the overall societal, cultural, and economic values that could be created by the project.
I will add to one of the comments that you just made. Once the credits are sold, the banker is absent for the picture. And so that's where the long-term property manager, or the landowner take on some of those responsibilities. The property continues to be monitored once a year. And there's endowment funds to pay for all of that. That's where we would make the decision. Do we want to keep this? Is someone else willing to take this on?
Commissioner Chavez.
Just a quick request, actually. At some point, can we have a session on all these banks? I mean, now that Mindy's bringing in 1.3 million on one deal, we need to start more. I mean, they seem so complex and all these, now long-term conservation or easements. But I'd love to learn more about that. I hope the other commissioners.
Yeah. No, I think that'd be helpful. And I think you're right, Mindy, that the analysis, we're going to have a pro and con list to weigh at some point, is my guess. And the analysis behind options will be helpful then. All right, anything else for Mindy? Okay, I'm going to move us on back to Elliot. We're going to be looking at, where are we at looking at? Dow Junction? Update?
Dow Junction, yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, for the record, this is Elliot Hoyt, Assistant Director of Sustainability and Working Lands. We'll launch a slideshow for you. Are you seeing my first slide?
Yes.
Excellent. This is an update for you on Dow Junction redevelopment. The matter is covered in your board packet tab 5. There's no action required by the board today, but we do anticipate coming to you soon with decisions related to the annexation and zoning of the property and a request for proposal process for the first phase of development. So just felt it would be helpful to update you on current progress and get any comments or questions that you might have. The goal for the project is to advance plans for community housing on state trust land in the medium and long term, while continuing to honor our lease agreements in the short term and provide reliable income to our beneficiaries now and in the future. I understand you've had plenty of workshops and discussions previously, so I won't dwell on all the factors leading up to the Land Board's decision to play a role, albeit limited, in helping the state with its affordable housing crisis. But suffice it to say, when all the conditions are met and a school trust parcel is deemed appropriate for affordable housing, and when we can broker a ground lease or disposition is accretive to the trust, we have the opportunity to mutually beneficial outcome for our beneficiaries and the community as a whole. This property is in Eagle County. The trust land spans Interstate 70 near the junction with Highway 24, right between the towns of Vale, Avon, and Minturn. It's a very centrally located site when it comes to the discussion of community housing in the Eagle River Valley, with a new transit authority serving several major resorts and commercial centers to the east and the west of the property. As a reminder, you all toured the site recently in September of 2023. This is an image of the site looking east along the I-70 corridor to show you context. The site is adjacent to Eagle Vale Metro District. To the south of the highway, which is the right side of this image, is the Homestake Peak School and land board property that is not included in the annexation. The circled area is the land being considered for development. The property to the north and the west, on the left of the slide, of the land board property is part of the Village at Avon PUD. So this land that we're proposing to annex in will be at the edge of development with of the town property. And then in the distance of this image, there's more land board and Forest Service land that will remain open. So this is the property as it exists today. Existing development on the trust land is focused on Highway 6, which is the smaller road here, marked here, Highway 6, and between Highway 6 and the south side of the Eagle River. The CDOT trailers, labeled CDOT trailers right here, in this image are scheduled to be vacated and or moved by September of this year. We've been getting updates on that process and we'll continue to monitor it. CDOT has signed an MOU committing to being off the site by August 31st. In October of last year, the board authorized staff to proceed with the application to annex 97.6 acres of school trust land into the town of Avon. That parcel is outlined in a dark black line. It includes state land board property between I-70 and the river that has existing development and current leases, as well as land to the north of the river that is currently undeveloped. Some of the annexed land will be used for development, and some will be dedicated as open space, including the steep slopes and a few small parks. There's a portion of the site that has the potential for access to the river for recreation, which is of interest to Eagle County open space. The town of Avon has created several new zoning categories to support their effort to incentivize community housing. The land board property will use 4 of those categories to create a mix of densities and to allow for some ground floor commercial uses in a mixed use building form. Those new zoning categories were created and approved literally just last month. So we're at the cutting edge of this, working together with our partners up there to make these kinds of improvements possible. Just to point out the CHMU, that's community housing mixed use. There are a couple of categories for that. We have them identified along Highway 6 for the most part. This CHHD is community housing high density. The CHMD is a medium density for community housing. P is for parks. OLD is an open space designation and includes the Eagle River corridor and also some of those steep slopes that I mentioned a second ago. So to come back to community housing, it's a topic of great interest for the region. I feel like almost every day, and certainly several times a week, when you read Vale Daily and other news papers in the area, there are stories about it. This property was just in an article this morning. And it's, of course, important across the entire state, but we have been working with partners in this area, Avon, Vale, and Eagle County, who are well-versed in the efforts to bring affordable and accessible housing to this valley. Town of Avon is updating their zoning code, as I just mentioned, specifically targeting community housing. They're putting some of their property that is town property into this zoning category. So they're really participating on all levels with this. The focus for community housing is on workforce housing at all levels of income and on serving a wide range of ages and family sizes. There has also been discussion regarding the need to have resident occupied housing for mid-level professionals like doctors and other service providers who may have incomes above the typical affordability cutoffs, but are still unable to find accommodations within their budgets. The county has set aside water specifically for community housing projects, which will benefit this project if it is deed restricted, which is currently the intent. And this also may play into discussions that are happening amongst all of those partners and others in the Valley to create a regional joint housing authority. So hopefully in the future, we'll be able to come back to you with developments related to that. Right now, a status update, we have 2 areas that staff are working very hard on right now, and our consultant teams. One of them has to do with the development and annexation agreement, which is a core component of this process. Some of the elements involved in that are the length of a vesting period, what the housing mix would be for the community housing here, including the AMI ratios and so forth, and this concept of resident occupied housing. Land dedications, for parks and for a fire station were under discussion. Infrastructure improvements like water, sewer, transportation infrastructure. And then, of course, the protection of our existing leases, which is of utmost importance to us, of course. And then the other item that is we're working on hard right now is has to do with water, and I mentioned that before. So later this month, we will be in front of the Upper Eagle River Water Authority Board for a review of the water dedication based on the demand calculations that our consultant team has come up with. And then through them and through the Water and Sewer District and the county, we will secure the water necessary to do development on this project. I'd like to update you also on the phase 1 development plans. So we've identified an area for phase 1 development. It is the area where the CDOT trailers have been located. With the removal of those trailers by September, it allows us to move forward with the first part of our plan here without disturbing the CDOT maintenance facility, which you can see located here on the plan, and also without impacting the other or the existing leases, the commercial leases that we have elsewhere on the property. So this is gives us an opportunity to sort of get a proof of concept to prove that this project is going to move forward. So to that end, we in last November we issued a request for qualifications, an RFQ. There was a robust response. We had 10 respondents with qualified respondents. We had specified in the RFQ that we would select 3 to 5 teams to move forward as a short list for the request for proposal process. We, in consultation with our partners in Avon and Vail and Eagle County, made a selection of 4 teams to move forward, and they've all been notified. We are currently working on the exact terms of the request for proposal, which we plan to get out later this month. We hope to have, the schedule is to have responses back end of March or early April, depending on exactly when that's issued, at which point we will be able to come back to you, hopefully at the April meeting with a discussion of what those responses have been. So with that, I'm going to wrap up slides and I will exit the share so that we can have a face-to-face discussion of any questions or comments you might have.
I just want to say thank you for the update. This is moving right along actually fairly quickly, so it's kind of impressive from that perspective.
Some days it feels like that, some days it doesn't, but the goal is to move it along as rapidly as possible without skipping any steps that need to happen. So our partners are very, very committed to this being successful, as are we. So that helps a lot.
Yeah, indeed. Any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
Commissioner Heath.
Yeah.
I agree. It's moving quickly. And as we're seeing all around the state, housing needs are so great. So thanks. Elliot, I just want to say this is it's your maiden voyage into presentations. And I just want to say you've done a very nice job. So thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I value your time and I want to make sure that I'm efficient and communicative. So any feedback you have, always appreciate having it.
Absolutely. I agree. Thank you, Elliot.
Commissioners, we've had this on your agenda pretty regularly, and part of the reason for that is it is moving quickly, and you're going to have to make some decisions here coming up soon around the development agreement. That's going to commit the land board to some things. We're going to need to do some property dedications connected to that. We're going to need to be able to make commitments to some of the municipalities up there around AMI in exchange for water. And then also, as Elliot said, we want to get an RFP out on the street pretty soon and pick the partner for phase one. And so we're just doing our best to try to keep you up to date on all this in advance of some important decisions here in the next couple of months.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to move on. We're going to go to William. We're on the Grassland Carbon Program update. Welcome, William. Good to see you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is actually Mindy that's going to give this.
Oh, and Mindy. I see Mindy under William.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We have a good team here. Okay, thank you.
And actually, William presented much of the presentation last September. I'll be presenting most of this today, and he'll be available for additional questions. Commissioners, Mindy Godsagan, the Conservation Services Manager. I'm pleased today to give you an update on our carbon project, our Grassland Carbon Project. And are you able to see the screen okay? Okay, good. You may remember that we presented a Grassland Carbon kind of a pilot project with a lessee that had come forward to the State Land Board last September. This presentation today is kind of an update of that, but also looking at how the State Land Board and staff is moving forward with the Grassland Carbon Program in general. So program today, or my presentation today, is really focused on how we want to become a trusted partner with our lessees. In the past, we've talked about, and I will talk about again today, the things that Grassland Carbon projects give us in terms of opportunities for additional revenue, increased stewardship outcomes on state trust lands, and meeting greenhouse gas goals. Those all stay the same. But today we really want to focus on how can we become a trusted partner in selecting the best type of partners involved with these Grassland Carbon projects. The Grassland Carbon is really about two things. It's about grazing and it's about management of that grazing. The grazing happens here. There's grazing happening right now. Why is this going to be different under a carbon grassland program? And it's because of how that management happens. This is a photograph from the Soil Carbon Coalition website. What it shows is this high density grazing that's happening. This can be accomplished through a number of means, through hard fencing, through electric fencing, increasingly now through electronic fencing with a technology called vents. But basically what the manager is doing here, and this is representative of our lessee, is they're controlling how and where grazing happens. Grasslands have always sequestered carbon. Why would this be any different? And how can we increase carbon uptake? And that's how grazing happens, because this kind of high density grazing and adaptive, what's also called adaptive management grazing, where you're moving the cattle and you're controlling them more, mimics how grasslands evolved when you had large herds of bison that were controlled and clustered because they were surrounded by predators. Those herds of bison and other amulets, they move through the landscape in tight packs, and they wouldn't sometimes come back for 2 or 3 years. So you had the long periods of rest and recovery, and grasses responded to those stresses. This diagram is in your board packet. It shows carbon storage and plant biomass and how soil organic carbon is increased or affected by grazing. There's really 2 parts to this graph. The one on the left with the orange arrows shows more traditional grazing, and which is sometimes called season-long grazing, where you have cattle spread out. They can selectively eat what they want, and any particular pasture may have areas of low pressure, but cattle are consistently grazing their preferred sources, their food sources. This still creates some soil carbon, but what it does is kind of result in lower vegetation growth and lower root mass. The other side of the diagram really shows what can happen through adaptive management grazing. Grazing's managed to build soil carbon in the picture that I just showed you. That stimulates additional root growth, that increases fixation of carbon in the root, both with the foliage above the ground or vegetation above the ground as well as below. And it increases this amount of above ground carbon, and particularly carbon in the ground or in the soils. All that carbon is fixated at the tiny root tips where carbon is part of that transaction and part of photosynthesis. So just as a reminder, our grassland carbon projects are part of the voluntary carbon market. It's very different from the regulatory market with the Lesser Prairie Chicken bag that I showed earlier this morning. These are called offset projects, and they're voluntarily purchased by companies interested in buying carbon credits that offset their own impacts. For us, it would be incentive-based. We're not required to do this, but you can, for us, we get these two benefits primarily of increased stewardship and additional revenue. And it's particularly for our lessees, they're interested in additional revenue and increased forage resources for their cattle as well. This results in enhanced carbon sequestration on rangeland. Again, it relies on adaptive or regenerative grazing practices, has those improvements for stewardship outcomes, and allows us to contribute to greenhouse goals. This is kind of, all these things together have kind of been what has propelled us the last couple of years to include these kind of goals within our strategic plan, individually in both our agricultural operations or field ops leasing business plan, our ecosystem services business plan, and also meet goals that are addressed for nature-based carbon in both the Colorado Greenhouse Gas Pollution Reduction Roadmap, the associated document that came out for how we can work with climate smart projects on Colorado's natural and working lands. And I can't even begin to list all the international and national level plans that recommend exploring and developing carbon smart goals for grazing. So as an update to what we presented last September, we presented a project that our lessee had brought to us. Even though we've been working to develop a grasslands program, he came to us with a project that was ready to go with. We felt it was worthwhile to take that on. But I wanted to give you information that just earlier in mid-January, that program or that project was terminated. Staff was unable to successfully resolve its concerns. There was issues with state land board liability, indemnity, and reserved rights that were not successfully resolved or addressed. The lessee third-party agreement involving our land was out of compliance with our lease. And Agora was unwilling to amend the lessee contract or enter into an agreement with the state land board. And so for all of those reasons, the lessee terminated their agreement with Agora. So that is not happening, but that did not deter us, and we're excited to give this presentation to you today to show you how we're moving forward. So you've seen this slide before in September that shows the kind of the existing market structure with grassland carbon projects. It starts with the carbon project developer entering into an agreement with the state land board lessee, and the state land board as a landowner kind of is involved through a lease rider to their traditional grazing lease, and possibly a contract with a carbon project developer. Those two things were the holdups to the headquarters ranch or Agora project, is that we weren't able to enter into any contract with the carbon project developer, nor was the carbon project developer willing to amend its contract with our lessee. Hence, we ran into issues. And then as the carbon project developer, also called an aggregator, they aggregate the carbon credits generated from hundreds of different ranch operations or agricultural lessees, register those projects at scale and offer them to market buyers. And this structure also represents, in the green arrows going back, how this revenue flows back through that process from the market buyers, through the carbon registry, through the carbon project developer, back to the agricultural lessee, who then shares that amount with the state land board. And finally, that amount, we pass that on to our trust beneficiaries. The key player in this structure is this carbon project developer. If we don't have a successful operation with the partner that we select, we're unable to take advantage of this market. We don't want to take on the role of being the carbon project developer. We don't have the staff or expertise. It's not in our business model to take on those extra roles. We basically want our lessees to be those experts. So how do we pick that correct carbon project developer? It turned out that Agoro wasn't the right one for us. And we, learned some important lessons there. It's why we wanted to kind of put our foot in the water with that. But how do we move forward now? And really, how do we learn more about these carbon project developers? There are currently about 40 of those operating now. Not all of them operate in Colorado. All of them, I should say, they all have different terms, but many of them, we've went into more in-depth discussions with Agoro. William and I have also met with 2 other carbon project developers. They vary in the length of term lease they want to have. One is 10, one is 15, one is 30 or 40. They all have different methods of how they're going to work with their lessee to create that carbon, to manage it, to monitor and verify it. It took us 4 or 5 months to work through this process. How do we proceed to understand what that market looks like, and who are those carbon project developers that are the best fit for us? And some of those issues are, we want to select those that are high quality, that have high carbon industry reputation, that have stayability in this rapidly evolving carbon marketplace. This is a challenge. It's a brand new market. Not a lot of them have the aspects or elements that would suggest that they will have that long-term stayability. We want to make sure that they help our lessees produce carbon credits of high value, quality, and quantity, and that they can relate to and develop effective relationships with ag producers. Not all of them understand the ag industry and the constraints and things that they face. And finally, do they offer options for other add-ons like biodiversity credits? Secondly, as I mentioned before, a reference, there's a variety of different lease terms and issues. We're not experts on hardly any of these. As I mentioned before, the contract length in terms of number of years can vary significantly. They use different quantification models. These models are also evolving. New ones are coming out, I wouldn't say all the time, but there's a number of those that we can choose from, and some are better suited for Colorado State Trust lands. The soil sampling and methodology for monitoring. As I mentioned before, the soil's captured, the carbon is captured in the soil, and there's different ways that they use to monitor that and track it. There's a third-party verification. You need to have someone come in independently to verify that. How will that work and what will it cost? It also involves long-term access to state trust land, and in some cases that may exceed the length of our current grazing lease term with the lessee. Again, the cost of originating credit and who's going to bear that. The revenue share between the state land board and the lessee. With all these other factors, that revenue share may vary between different project developers. And finally, these more complicated issues, how do we handle what's called additionality in the carbon market, leakage? If we do something here, will the side effect leak out to another part of the economy? And permanence. How permanent is that carbon that's created? And then again, the responsibilities for each party. What is our lessee's responsibility and what is ours? So all of those factors are things that we began to touch on with our negotiations with Agoro, but we really could use some help navigating all that. And so State Land Board has looked out and interviewed some different consultants, and we are recommending, you've seen in your board packet that we're recommending we move forward with Millpond LLC. They were selected by staff for their experience and expertise in the voluntary carbon market. They specifically have experience working with the agricultural community and the commodity markets. So I think that makes them especially well suited. And they have an existing geospatial platform that we can immediately plug our state trust lands shapefile into to know if any of our lessees are already participating in projects without our knowledge. And we can track those as those that do participate as they go in. Staff evaluated 2 other proposals from other contractors and from that selected Mill Pond. Their project cost is $60,000. Oh, sorry about this. This was funded, I'll just put the second one up. The deliverables will be completed by October of this year, perhaps sooner, and it will be funded through the I&D fund and staff's delegated authority to under the management trust assets policy. So we don't need the board to specifically approve this, but we are excited to share this with you and give you an update. So finally, these 5 tasks that Mill Pond has proposed to do, or that we've asked them to do, is develop the Grassland Park Carbon Project contract specifications between us and our lessee. This would take the form mostly of a lease writer to help us select those best fit project developers. We're envisioning that we may end up with a handful, 2 to maybe 5 lessees that we would like to, or carbon project developers that we'd like to offer on our website to say, if you want to do carbon projects, we've already negotiated terms and worked out the details with these particular handful of carbon project developers. Mill Pond will help us facilitate those commercial terms between us and those project developers. They will also help us identify, go to the carbon market buyers. They already have relationships and know how those entities operate to actually help market the credits that might be generated from state trust lands. And finally, through their geospatial platform, they can help us with portfolio management and auditing of our lands in terms of they're already participating in the carbon market, the voluntary market. So finally, this just shows this structure again, this diagram. Task 1, again, just to summarize, will address the lease rider and the contract terms that we need to have with our lessees. Task 2 will be helping us select the appropriate carbon project developers that are the best fit for the State Land Board. Task 3 is helping us develop what kind of terms do we need to have with those carbon project developers. Task 4 is looking at the market buyers themselves. And then task 5 is using that geospatial platform to help us track which ag lessees are already participating or will be participating as time goes on. And that is the completion of my presentation. I'm open for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mindy. Do we have any comments for Mindy?
Oh, no,
There's-
Commissioner Heath? Yeah, thanks, Mindy. And then Commissioner Frobe.
Mindy, thank you. Mindy, it looks like on the Agoro project that one of the reasons that they we terminated around legal issues, liability. And as we move more into this whole area, have we resolved those issues with the Attorney General's office in terms of what looks like were the questions that came up with Agoro?
Well, we worked very closely with Ed Hamrick and Aaron O'Connell to address those terms. And we proposed language changes to those contracts to address those very issues. And Agoro was not willing to entertain any discussion. They didn't want to change a single comma in their agreement. So I can also open this up to Ed. I don't know if Aaron is on, if they wanted to make a comment to that as well, but I think we can successfully resolve those.
Yeah, with Agoro, frankly, I've never met a company so unwilling to discuss changes in their documents. Even the federal government is a little bit easier to work with. And going forward, since we don't have a exact partners on the other side, we haven't resolved those questions in the sense of meeting agreements with other grassland carbon operators, but we don't anticipate that the issues will be as daunting with other operators, and expect that we will be in a position to sort of pre-vet and resolve those issues before earlier in the process than we were with Agora. And that may have been part of the problem with Agora. I'm not really sure, but we don't really anticipate those issues of being part of the checklist that we need to address whenever we're working with someone. We don't anticipate that they will be significant barriers.
Commissioner Scanlon, just before, I know we have another question on the table. I did want to point out that we have Jessica Langley attending the meeting. She's with Millpont. If there are questions that the board would like to direct of her, she's available as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Jessica, for being with us. Okay, Commissioner Frobe?
Yes, Mindy, kind of curious in the kind of Colorado context and backdrop over the last several years, the Colorado Cattlemen's and their land trust and a variety of, entities in the ag communities have been all pursuing this. And I'm just curious, what's the current state of play relative to CCA, for example? Do they have any kind of a program in place that they're advancing for their members, or wondered if you could elucidate any of that?
I don't know the answer to that with regard to CCA. I do know of a couple of other projects that are moving forward promisingly so, with associated with excuse me, with vents, with electronic fencing, where you can both monitor and control where the cattle go electronically. That's an important part of this kind of program, where you have to verify and document how you're creating that. I don't know where CCA is right now on that. And I do want to point out that, grassland carbon, or the uptake of soil carbon, it's part of the picture. It does not, achieve the same goals maybe or amounts as carbon capture and underground storage, but it's an important part of the state's response. We think it's an opportunity for us, especially with the amount of land that we graze, that together, all those projects together can not just increase stewardship, because it's almost a reason to do it for the stewardship reasons alone, for the outcomes. But the fact that we could also capture some additional revenue for our trust beneficiaries is also a reason to explore this. And we feel that this project is kind of like investment and development. The opportunity is now, and we hope to learn a lot more in these next 6 to 9 months, and come out with a stronger understanding of the risks and the costs. But we feel that these risks can be mitigated, and through our agreements with the carbon project developers.
Yes, I agree. And thank you for introducing Jessica here. And rather than maybe asking questions right now, I think what I'd love to do is propose, 3 months from now or so, having a separate session on both sort of the state of play nationally in Colorado for both insetting and for offset development. Because they're very different, and they have different complexities and opportunities. And Millpont seems well positioned to speak to both of those. So I'd request something whenever you all feel it's appropriate timing.
Okay, terrific. And William, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, just quickly to Commissioner Frobe's question about CCA. We met with the CCA at their midwinter meeting recently, and there were a few questions regarding grassland soil carbon, everything from questions that appeared that they knew very little to nothing about it to, there was a gentleman there who's very much involved in putting events system together. So across the board, a lot of interest, but I did not get the sense that CCA was backing anything at that point, but I will look into that further as well.
Thank you, William. All right, any other questions or comments? And you mentioned CCA. I hope folks saw the passing of Terry Frankhauser, who was just a terrific partner for the land board and quite a loss. So I just want to recognize that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are ready to move on then. And Bill, you're up with our staff report.
Sure. Thanks, Commissioner Scanlon. For the record, Bill Ryan, Director. To piggyback on a couple of the discussions we've had this morning, and it's not mentioned here specifically in the staff report, but I know I've spoken to you previously that we have a request into the legislature for 4 new FTEs this year. FTEs are very hard to come by. For us, at least, they seem to fall out of the sky for other departments, but for us, it's always a heavy lift. But many of those are around the programs we've been discussing today. So we're asking for someone to run and grow our mitigation banking business, and we're asking for someone to run and grow our regenerative ag and biological carbon businesses. And then somebody to run our carbon injection business. Like many of the other businesses here at the land board, we've tried to make sure there was a market niche for us and that we could be a player and earn money at this. And so we impose upon existing staff to sort of figure it out on the front end and make sure there's an opportunity for us to make money. And then we go get somebody to run it. And so we've done that with our recreation business 10 or 12 years ago. That went from a handful of leases to 500 leases now and millions of dollars in revenue. We did it with water, where we had existing staff understand the business better. And then we went out and hired Justin Beery to run it for us. Well, we're doing that here. Mindy's done a great job of setting the table in a number of these businesses, assisted by other people on the staff, but they've taken time out of their existing workload to begin to figure it out for us. And so we're hiring folks now because we see the opportunity to both make money and advance our stewardship mission. And so I just want to first publicly thank Mindy for getting us to this point. And she made a point at the end of her presentation about this is a little bit R&D for us, and hiring a mill pond is a little bit of R&D. I think the analogy I would make is that if we were a manufacturing company or some other for-profit business, we would be spending a percentage of our revenues every year on research and development. How do we build new products or improve the products we have? How do we reach new markets? This investment in a mill pond, and you've seen other examples of this, that's really R&D to me. We're investing in how do we grow our revenue streams. And so we bring in an outside consultant to help us really understand the market in depth, and then we staff it up appropriately and we go pursue it. So I just wanted to piggyback on some of the presentations you've heard this morning and some of the questions I've heard you ask. In terms of how we're doing on getting those FTEs, we passed another really important threshold just yesterday afternoon. And I want to give a shout out to Nick. So the process is, first we come up with an idea and we've got to get it through Dan Gibbs' group. And once that happens, we've got to get it through the governor's office, because at the end of the day, we are all part of the executive branch. And so this is an executive branch request. All of that occurred successfully. And now we've transitioned into getting this through the legislature, the people with the purse strings. And yesterday we had our JBC hearing for the Department of Natural Resources, and our request passed through the JBC hearing with a 6-0 vote. So the final step on that will be approval of the long bill, but I think our requests are going to go intact into the long bill. So I'm very optimistic and want to commend our team for their work there. None of that was in your staff report, but I wanted you to know it all. Take the opportunity. You will see somewhat related to that in the staff report that on field ops, we had 2 grazing seminars that we put on for our lessees. And we invited them to come learn more about regenerative agriculture and how that could make their own operations more profitable. We had 130 guests attend that. Between them, they had 51 leases. They cover 300,000 acres of leases with us, so a significant chunk of trust land. But what's even more important there is that almost all of our lessees own their own fee land. And so there is real leverage in us spending the money to put on these seminars, because if those practices get adopted, it impacts not just our land, but the fee land as well. And so kudos to William, to Kristen, to many others who were involved in putting that on and making that successful. And we're going to continue to do those sorts of things at scale with these new FTEs. I want to also highlight another reason that it's important to find these new revenue streams. And that is the first paragraph, which is our oil and gas numbers. We are not going to have another record year this year. I've been able to say that for a few years in a row, but this will not be one of them. The price of oil last year was in excess of $80 a barrel. DJ Basin oil is today around 50. Gas similarly was above $7 an MCF. It's now under 2. That is hammering our revenue streams. We're down $30 million from where we were last year at this time, and that trend is going to continue. Nick and I are working on a report out to let our beneficiary partners and the legislature know that we aren't even going to come close to our projections this year. We're going to be significantly below. And so we're trying to make sure that BEST is aware of that, and the Department of Education. And some bad news to report, but as we've said all along, we can't control the prime variables for our major revenue line. And so we're focused on trying to find other ways to earn revenue as an organization. Other nice news to call your attention to, our North Resource Specialist, Cooper Carlson, went and made a big presentation to the Colorado Vocational Agriculture teachers. There were about 70 high school teachers there. They all seemed to know Cooper. It was apparently quite a love fest there, but that aligns with our goal of finding the next generation of ranchers and agricultural folks to partner with. And so kudos to Cooper for representing us well up there. A couple of report outs from last couple of months. Commissioners, when you approved the solid minerals lease last month, you asked about the Dark Skies Initiative and Custer County. And so we put some stipulations into our lease that basically said, please follow the county's directive here. We reached out also to Custer County to make sure that they would be including that in their permitting. And so we're reporting back out in response to your questions and comments last month. We also noted that we did a exploration permit to Castle Rock Construction to see if there was the possibility of a quarry and some solid mineral mining that would help them do some road improvement projects. Ben approved that exploration permit, and the results of that testing were that the planned area for doing this wasn't favorable for mining, and so they cleaned up their couple of test holes and moved on. And we just highlighted this as one more example of how the process works. We designed it so it's a 2-step process. They can do some testing that has limited impact on our land, and from the results of that test, decide how to move forward. And in this case, they decided not to. So more, I think, reinforcement that our 2-step leasing process works. Crystal Coranda and Aaron Ray from the DNR office both represented the state at a Chinese US CCUS meeting. I was surprised that such thing took place, but Crystal and Aaron went and represented us well there and talked about how Colorado is approaching geologic storage of carbon. So we've got some highlights from that in your staff report. Kristen's done a great job of outreach, both through news media and through our website. And then we hit some highlights as to transactions and some I&D fundings that took place. So with that, let me be quiet and ask what questions you all have.
Thanks, Bill. Any questions? It was interesting to read.
Good. Well,
China to, we had all sorts of things going on.
we do.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to move to final action. I'm just doing a pulse taking with commissioners. We have about another hour and a half-ish of work with including our executive session with the AG's office. How are we feeling? Do you want to take a wee break? I was going to wait till the end, but we're not behind. Well, we're a little behind schedule. Or we could just press on and maybe take a break before we go into executive session.
I would like to take a break and just grab something to eat.
Something. Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that? I'd rather have folks happy. So let's see, we're basically how about we come back just a little before noon and folks can get themselves a bite to eat, or right around noon. Is that all right? Okay, sounds good. All thank you. Video so I can. All right, with that, William, we'll turn it over to you.
Commissioners, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I am unable to turn my says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Well, hold on a second. Yeah, you left your channels open, William, when you left for break, so I had to close you down.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, Nick. Thank you very much.
All right, we're all good, William. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. William Woolston, Field Operations Team Leader. I'm here this morning to make a request for I&D funds for the water pipeline system, for the update of the water pipeline system on Bear Creek Ranch. As a refresher, before I jump into that, I'd just quickly like to say Bear Creek Ranch is the acquisition that gave us the opportunity to implement an annual grazing lease on state trust lands. And we coupled that with a traditional 5-year recreational hunting lease. Staff also believes that the long-term value appreciation that Bear Creek Ranch has provides for us is tremendous, as this photograph shows. The vistas, the mountain vistas from that ranch in almost all directions are amazing, and it's truly a beautiful addition to our portfolio, I believe. The ranch is located in Huerfano County in the southern portion of the state. Just as this map shows, it is just south of Walsenburg. The ranch is highlighted in the red color. It is off of County Road 340, which is a very well-maintained gravel road that does go through the corner of the ranch. This map shows the water pipeline that is on the ranch, and just wanted to point out a little bit where on the west side of the property near County Road 340, I hope you can see my cursor, the water well is located there. The pipeline system traverses east and then south through the ranch Halfway down through the south, to the south, sorry, is a 20,000 gallon water storage tank that's up on the one of the dikes or the high ridges that run through kind of east to west through the property. This storage tank then gravity flows back both north and south to the water tanks when necessary. So the annual grazing lease that we have was that I mentioned earlier was a long-standing business goal for the land board and certainly for me to put in place. It's been very exciting to do that. We felt that it would provide us the ability to receive a higher rate per AUM as well as implement some more positioned adaptive grazing management practices on the leases as we go through the various years if it's needed. And the higher rate per AUM has so far turned out well. The first year that we implemented or put the lease on Bear Creek, the rate was $41 an AUM that we received, and through a very competitive process as well. The total annual rent on the property in 2023 was $77,308. Most of that did come from a recreational hunting lease that Abe Medina also put on the lease. He had a very competitive bid process as well, and it was successful, certainly successful. Those two leases have returned 1.86% on an annualized dividend basis in 2023, and that is versus a 1.25 to 1.5% projection that we gave to you when we purchased the ranch. So we're very pleased with the return that we're receiving so far on the property. With excuse me. As the 2023 year lease opened up, we did gain a lot of experience with the systems on the ranch. And unfortunately, part of that experience was that we were immediately dealing with multiple leaks in the water line, the water pipeline system. As we found out more as we were dealing with, obviously dealing with these leaks to keep the water going for the livestock, we realized that the reason for the leaks was a failure of the glue in the joints of the pipeline, which happened much sooner than I would have expected in this system. The repairs were conducted to ensure water remained available to the main portion of the ranch, and then we received a very good rainfall in the fall, which filled all the water tanks, all the ponds on the ranch, and we were able to make it through the year with no problems. But it was nip and tuck. We believe that as we went through that process, it became clear fairly early that we would need to upgrade the system. The failures were throughout the system, and the contractor that we had brought in to fix the leaks, said he just felt that it wasn't going to get better. So we have gone out and requested and our feelings I'm sorry, let me back up. In fixing the issue, we feel that it would be best to upgrade the system to an HDPE pipeline system. That's a high density polyethylene pipe. That is a much stronger pipeline system. It has very much fewer joints, and matter of fact, the joints are chemically welded, so they are as strong or stronger than the pipeline itself. So it would eliminate some of those issues. The HDPE system is also capable of carrying a much higher water pressure, which is something that is, I believe, is required to be successful on Bear Creek, because there is quite a bit of elevation change on that property as it runs from north to south. The water system is critical for for both leases to be successful. Obviously, the livestock lessee needs water for his livestock that he can be assured of, as well. And as our hunting lessee pointed out, water for the wildlife on the ranch that he feels is critical, because that allows the wildlife to be comfortable, to feel like they want to come on the ranch and stay there and hold because of a good water source. And so we just feel that putting in a system that we know we can rely on going forward is critical for both of these leases. An upside would be that it would also substantially reduce the maintenance going forward. The new system should be virtually maintenance free, other than, the odd thing that might just show up going forward. But for many years going forward, it should be very inexpensive to maintain the system. So staff is requesting $93,645 from the IND funds to upgrade the water system on Bear Creek Ranch. We received 6 estimates on this project. We did go with the bid from Yoakum Construction. They are the lowest bid that we received. However, they also are somebody who they've been in this business for over 20 years. 2 of our staff members are very well acquainted with Yoakum's work from previous fairly large projects that he did for family members. I believe is correct on both of the instances, but they know of the work that he do, and we're very, very confident that the work that we receive will be high quality and will last well. And as I said before, this project would give us longevity on this lease for the water system, and in the assurity going forward that it would perform well for our lessees. And that is critical to preserving the premium rates that we received the first year. We've got to be able to provide them with a system that they can rely on and know that they can rely on going forward. So based on the information provided to the board at the February 2024 board meeting, staff recommends that the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners approve the use of $93,645 of investment and development funds to upgrade the livestock water pipeline at Bear Creek Ranch. And I apologize, I will back up quickly. So the estimate is for $81,430. We buffered that with about a 15% buffer in case we run into something, the pipeline, the improvements go up in value, in cost, or we just run into something on the ground that makes it a little more expensive. But we do believe Yoakum's will probably come in at the $81,430 figure. So with that, I will open it up for any questions or comments that you may have for me.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much, William. Are there any comments or questions for William on this agenda item? Seems like we need to do it. That would be my comment.
Commissioner Frobe, go ahead.
Yes, don't want to take up time. Appreciate the very thorough discussion. Agree that it needs to be done. And want to just note, though, that in these calculations of sort of like paybacks and everything else, that the consideration of labor aggregation, opportunity cost of everybody's time, I know it's harder to quantify that, but when I look at these sorts of decisions, that is something that is front of mind for our staff and our overall operating effectiveness. So thanks.
Sure.
And thank you for that comment, Commissioner Frobe. Yes, we definitely believe that, because this was a huge time sink for staff when this was going on, and it is definitely part of the calculation.
All right, terrific. Any other comments or questions for William? All right, I am going to open this to public comment. Nick?
Yep. Yeah, members of the public listening along, if you have comments for this agenda item, please use your raised hand feature and we'll bring you up to address the board. Commissioner, no hands are raised.
Okay, very good. With that, we will need a motion in a second. Commissioner Heath? Oh, you were off mute and put yourself on.
Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the Bear Creek Ranch I&D Fund request as shown in our packet.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Frobe, you were the second. We'll call a vote. Commissioner Frobe?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes, that passes 5-0. Thanks again, William. Appreciate your time with us.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
We're going to move on to B, exploration permit extension in Moffett County with Ben.
Thank you, commissioners. As I work to get that set up here, sharing my screen. All right. Can you see my screen in a way you might expect to see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, this is Ben Teschner, the Solid Minerals Manager, and I'm here to talk to you about exploration lease, and in our current official parlance, we refer to these as exploration permits. But in practice, this is a lease, so I'm going to refer to it as that throughout this presentation. This is an extension of a lease granted initially by staff under our permits policy about approximately 2 years ago. And I want to highlight that we have Tim Brown and Jim. Jim, I apologize. I'm not going to attempt to say your last name here. On the line as well, who are available from Global Uranium to answer questions should the board have any. This is an exploration lease that is out near Maybell, which is in Moffett County. And the photo, or the air photo that you see on the screen, shows our property here in blue, which is the lease area. But the reason this is up here is because you can see a lot of historic disturbance. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that disturbance going forward, because it's important to why staff initially issued this lease and why we think the board should approve the extension of the exploration lease. As I mentioned, this is an exploration lease. So what the board it would be approving today is an extension of a lease that allows for exploration activity, but does not allow for mining. And specifically allows for uranium exploration. And as the board likely knows, uranium is one of the commodities that we associate with this new energy economy and this new sort of carbon reduced environment that we need to be thinking about going forward. And but this property has had extensive uranium exploration and more impactful than that, uranium mining in the past. And so what you see on this photo may look kind of green and nice, but this is actually a historic uranium mining pit, which has now become a lake. And it was reclaimed to 1980s-ish standards, which is, not the worst thing in the world, but this is a property that most of the green you see is weeds that are invasive and less desirable. And the red that you see is excuse me, what's the grass? Cheatgrass, thank you, is cheatgrass. And you can see that the slope across the lake from this pit is showing some signs of erosion that we might be able to address. So should we advance this project further on, which would be a future board decision, there are opportunities to improve this property through mining, which is one of the reasons staff issued this lease in the first place. Uranium is a carbon-free power source when used in nuclear power plants. And that's it's a commodity that I discussed specifically in our solid minerals business plan as one that we want to be leasing for, and especially leasing for exploration to determine where the viable mine sources of uranium are on state land board properties. This, of course, aligns with the board's strategic plan, which sort of more broadly discusses these commodities of the future, and also expanding our mining leasing program to meet that. And that, again, further aligns with the governor's greenhouse pollution reduction roadmap, which calls out uranium as a possible source of power as well. Going even one step further, we see nuclear energy as a piece of the Biden administration's building America's clean energy future plan as well. A little bit about Global Uranium Enrichment, the company. Today we're talking about the Maybell project, which is up in Moffat County, in your upper left there. But Global Uranium, through their other subsidiaries, holds 2 other leases with the state land board in Fremont and Teller counties, which is part of their Tallahassee project. And so this is a project that is of similarly in the exploration stages, but defining the resource, the uranium resources that may exist on state land board property down there. Board members that were on the board a couple of years ago may have remembered approving the mining lease in Teller County as part of this project. So the specific site we're talking about today is in central Moffat County, and it is on a 640-acre section. If we zoom in on it, the lease area is shown in highlighted in yellow or ringed in yellow there. And a couple things about this particular map. One is that you'll see that the light brown color that kind of surrounds our parcel is BLM ground. And the Global Uranium project, the Maybell project, includes not only the state land board parcels, but also the surrounding BLM. Additionally, you'll see from the air photo the heavily disturbed areas in various stages of various qualities of reclamation, which characterize this area more broadly. And I want to kind of zoom in on this a little bit. Ringed in this purple color is sort of loosely the extent of the mining and uranium milling that occurred in this area in the mostly in the 70s and 80s. So again, zoomed in a little bit, you can see our property on the right, and that disturbance extending from our property through the BLM and over to the west side of the property. To refresh to kind of orient you here, the photo that you saw of the pit on state land board property is located approximately there. And over to the west, you can see that this is a property where the DOE has done a lot of work capping some old uranium tailings from some milling activity that occurred over there. And so you can see these large kind of boulder covered, boulder capped areas that are, approximately a half mile by a half mile in extent and are really quite large. And these are controlling uranium tailings that were there produced again in the 70s and 80s. You can get another look at that and some of the drainage structures that have been built around those and so forth. So this property has a lot of historic mining activity on it. But with this also a property that has sage grouse on it. And when staff initially received this application, we sent, as we do, we sent it out to Parks and Wildlife, sent it out to staff internally. And Parks and Wildlife and our stewardship staff immediately raised their hand and said, hey, there's sage grouse leks near this property. Again, you can see the lease area ringed in yellow there. And initially, the conclusion that we came to was, well, they're so close to these leks, maybe we shouldn't be issuing an exploration lease here. And CPW said, no, wait a minute. Before you come to that conclusion, let's talk a little bit more about this property. And as we continued those discussions, the conclusion of which was, yes, there are sage grouse leks in very close proximity to this property, but this property is in extremely poor condition. And our own study that we did as part of our Greater Sage Grouse Management Plan concluded that this property was in poor to fair condition with high amounts of invasive weeds. So I want to be clear that I make a distinction here. At the moment, the exploration lease that we have aligns with our sage grouse management plan. And in so doing is not putting the sage grouse leks at any risk. Should we move forward, we may have some decisions to make about if we're willing to deviate slightly from our Greater Sage Grouse plan with the goal of improving this habitat through other mechanisms that will come as part of that mining project. I'm not asking you to make that decision now, but I am saying that I think there are enough compelling reasons why that you might choose to make that decision in the future, that I believe it is worth issuing the exploration lease or continuing the exploration activity now so we can learn more about the property and be better informed should we get to that point. So again, to reiterate, the exploration permit that you're being asked to consider today aligns with the Greater Sage Grouse Stewardship Action Plan. It includes timing restrictions around lekking activity so that we don't have exploration work going on at the same time we have lekking, and therefore protecting those leks that are active in the area. We also set the expectation as staff when we issued this lease that the lessee must develop compensatory mitigation plans around greater sage grouse prior to coming to the board for a mining lease. That is above and beyond what we would normally require, but given the specific sage grouse conditions on this site, we thought it was important that the board would have that information when considering whether or not to issue a mining lease in the future. And as a reminder to the board and to the public, the lease that you're considering now does not allow mining. It only allows continued exploration, and a future mining lease would require specific board approval. The exploration lease you're considering today has a rate of $5 an acre, which is per year, which is our standard exploration leasing rate, which results in $3,200 a year for the right to conduct exploration work. What we're really getting from this exploration lease is learning more about the uranium mining potential on the site, revenue potential, impacts, extent, those sorts of things. And also the stewardship elements that would be impacted by mining should it occur. Again, the extent of mining, what can be done to mitigate the impacts should we get to that point. So staff believe that this aligns with our board's stewardship responsibility by getting us more information to make a more informed future decision about revenue and about stewardship. So staff is recommending that the board approve a 5-year extension of this lease with Maybell LLC, a subsidiary of Global Uranium, which will allow the board to learn more about the value and impacts of mining that will inform a future land use decision. And here's your board order for your convenience. And as I said, Jim, Tim, and I are happy to take questions should you have any.
Thanks so much, Ben. We will open it up to commissioners with any questions or comments for Ben. And Nick, I always appreciate you showing me any hands.
Sure thing. Commissioner Heath's got a hand up.
Thank you.
Josie, you're muted.
What were Mindy's comments regarding this proposal?
Great question. So I worked with Mindy extensively, and I won't speak for her specifically if you'd like to jump in, Mindy, if you're around. But Mindy and CPW and I kind of worked a lot, had a number of discussions about this. And I don't know if Mindy's prepared to jump in, I'll let her speak. If not, then I can perhaps do my best to summarize those discussions.
Mindy dropped off the call.
Mindy dropped off the call. Okay. Mindy talked a lot about our obviously our Greater Sage Grouse Stewardship Action Plan. And in so doing, we looked at the report that we put together, which included a lot of on the ground field work about the habitat quality in the areas where we have greater sage grouse. And I think a good summary would be that this is a property that is very close to Lex, and that's something we need to be aware of. But also this is a property with pretty poor greater sage grouse habitat. And so we view this as the exploration lease, anyway, we view as not having negative impacts on the sage grouse. But a future mining lease, we would then need to weigh, right? And weigh whether doing the mining, for example, at that point, should we even get there? One, we would want to reevaluate and take a look at what the current status of the Lex are at that point. And then two, would the mining activity that we do enable us to improve the property through better reclamation in the future? And what would happen during that mining period to the Lex that exist at that time? Right. So this is if this was a beautiful property from a greater sage grouse's perspective, we would probably not have issued this lease at all. But we think there are reasons to do it because of the one, compensatory mitigation possibilities, and two, the real impacts on this site that may be improved in the long run.
Thank
and again, we don't have all that information at this point, and part of continuing with this lease would be to get that information and learn more about it.
There's a part of me that looked at the surface area and thought nothing could possibly grow there, and therefore we should support this. On the other hand, I thought if that poor sage grouse is making it in that situation, my gosh, the last thing we need to do is add something more. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, wildlife do amazing things. You've seen and survive in amazing places, and certainly this is an example of that. And I think it's that's something we need to be respectful of.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Ben, thank you for that. And I'm sort of intrigued. There's a lot of fluidity and variability about how this thing could play out in the last 5 years, including the sage grouse themselves and the Lex and the industry and whatnot. So I just wanted to note that I think it's intriguing that CPW itself advanced the idea of some perhaps nearby but not on-site mitigation and adaptation. And for the State Land Board overall, I think that's a very intriguing opportunity. So this could be an interesting test case for how one can optimize sort of these various uses. So just wanted to note that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add one piece to that, which is Moffat County is familiar with this type of they're very familiar with greater sage grouse. because the county has done that type of work. And they're also familiar with compensatory mitigation projects in their county. And so when I reached out to them seeking comment, they also said, yeah, this is an idea that we are comfortable with, and we're comfortable kind of managing this as a resource in our county. So a nice synergy there.
Thank you. Any other commissioners who would like to comment? All right, I am not seeing or hearing anyone. Let's go ahead, Nick, and open this item up to public comment.
You bet, Commissioner. Folks in the public, if you'd like to make a comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature in your viewer, and we'll let you comment. No hands are raised, Commissioner.
Okay. With that, we do have a board order if someone would like to put forward a motion.
This is Commissioner Chavez. I move we approve the extension for exploration permit SN 114284 as described in the board package.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Clark. We will call a vote. Commissioner Frobe?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes. That passes 5-0, Ben. Thanks so much for the presentation.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, we're cruising along to our board leasing agenda.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Andy Bissett, Transactions and Record Services Manager. We have the February 2024 board leasing agenda for your review and approval. There are 5 items this month that are coming as recommendations. 2 competitive bids comprised of 1 agriculture, 1 recreation lease, as well as 3 new leases, 1 recreation and 2 right-of-ways. Happy to answer any questions. I think Bill might have a little context for the right-of-ways, but staff does recommend approval of these 5 items on the February board leasing agenda.
Bill?
The only context is that these are, we're seeing chunks of what is a very long transmission line that comes from the Oklahoma Panhandle up here, and they are doing rights of way from us in chunks. And so this is a couple of pieces of that. I'd note that it's over $1 million. And there's still more to come that may well be on us.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, with that, I don't see any commissioners with questions or comments, so we can open this to public comment as well.
Favorite time of the meeting, folks in the public listening along, raise your hand if you want to raise your hand to make that comment to the commissioners. No hands raised.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve our leasing agenda?
I move that the board approves the leasing agenda as included in our board packet.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Frobe, and second, Commissioner Heath. We'll call a vote. Commissioner Frobe?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Heath?
Aye.
Commissioner Clark?
Aye.
And the chair votes yes, that passes 5-0. Thanks, Andy. Good to see you today.
Thank you.
We are going to move into executive session. This is our annual board governance conversation we have. And I
cover the minutes.
Oh, shoot, I forgot the minutes. Thanks, Bill. Does anyone have any question or changes to the minutes? I don't see any. We will have the minutes passed by acclamation. And I just want to, I have to correct myself. when I said we're behind, it's always an estimate with our agenda. So we guesstimate to our best ability with the staff on how long certain items will take, but we're never behind. I always appreciate the discussion of the commissioners. So I just want to own that. With that, we will be hearing from Emma Schultz. And do we have to, is this yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Scanlon, I'm sorry. I had allowed an hour for this meeting to run over, and I have a very critical meeting that is going to start at 1 o'clock. So I will dip out 5 minutes prior to that.
Aaron Clark has the same conflict. I apologize for bad estimating on our times today.
Well, that's okay. I just didn't see this part of it, so.
Yeah, it's the very end, and it's, Nick, do we have to move into executive session to do this?
I think I might defer to Ed and Emma to give you an official statement on that, but I think it's at your discretion.
Okay, because it's listed that way on our agenda, but personally, having had about 12 of these, I'm not sure we need to be in executive session, quite candidly.
Yeah, as always, the attorney-client communication privilege is the client's to protect or waive. And also, as always, as attorneys, we are always a little more comfortable giving legal advice in a confidential setting, but recognize the truth of what you say, Commissioner Scanlon, and that none of the information that we're providing here is particularly controversial or unknown. So it is really the commissioner's discretion. We are happy to move into executive session and provide it in a confidential manner, or we're happy to proceed in open session. And should we cross into an area where we're uncomfortable advising you, we would probably reserve that and come back and talk to you at a later time when we can fully get into a confidential setting.
Okay, I think that makes sense given our time constraints, Ed. We'll just proceed forward. All right. Emma,
Commissioner Heath raised a hand real quick.
Oh, yeah. Josie?
I concur.
Okay, wonderful. All right, Emma, the floor is yours.
Wonderful, thank you. For the record, my name is Emma Schultz. I'm a Second Assistant Attorney General. And I am here today to provide your annual training that is required by House Bill 1198. I'm going to get this shared. Okay, can we all see my screen? Perfect. So House Bill 1198 was passed in 2019. There's a lot of language here. I'm not going to talk about everything. But the point of this bill was to make sure that the boards and commissions that are appointed by the state receive annual training about things that are important to their role as a board or commission member. The Land Board is not a board or commission under the statute. It's a constitutionally created agency, but the Land Board has complied with the requirements of House Bill 1198 since its inception, because these are important, good, best practices and important things for each of the commissioners to know. I know that we have some folks leaving and there's a lot that we can cover. I'm going to try and breeze through this pretty quickly. Please stop me if you have questions about anything in particular. But I would like to stick with my half hour at the most if I can. So bear with me as we move quickly through these topics. We're going to talk today about the mission of the Land Board, your fiduciary duties as board members, the Colorado Open Records Act, the Colorado Open Meetings Law, and the Colorado Code of Ethics. So diving right in, the mission of the Land Board, I hope you all are fairly familiar with this. It's to act as a trustee for the lands granted to the state of Colorado in public trust, recognizing that the trusts are both intergenerational and that the economic productivity is dependent on your sound stewardship of the trusts. Your fiduciary duties are owed to the trustee or to the beneficiary of the trusts. Now, there are more than one trust that you manage. Here I focused on the School Lands Trust because that is the largest one. Each different trust has a different beneficiary named to it, and those are all provided as part of the statutes that create those trusts. The School Lands Trust has a beneficiary of the public schools of the state of Colorado. So it's important to keep who the beneficiary is in mind, because that is who you're working for when you serve as a trustee. So when you serve as a trustee and you have this fiduciary duty, you owe a standard of care to the beneficiary. In this instance, and most of the time as a trustee, your standard of care is what a reasonably prudent person would do in the same circumstances, considering the terms, purposes, and priorities of the trust. So you don't have to be exceptional, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. You can't know all things and do everything amazingly, no matter how hard you try. But you also can't be negligent. You can't just ignore the terms of the trust or decide not to follow some of the requirements that you owe. So, trustee fiduciary duties, and these are established in various laws and case law. This is pretty consistent across the board. When you are a trustee, you have a duty to obey the trust terms. You have a duty of prudence, a duty of impartiality, and a duty of loyalty. And I'll talk about each of these 4 duties individually because they're pretty important to how you do your job as a trustee for these trusts. So the first one is to obey the trust terms. Your duty to obey the trust terms means that it's your duty to know the trust terms. Now, you don't have to know them all perfectly. You don't have to have them memorized. There's a lot, but you need to know where to find them if you ever are in question. And for the trusts that you are trustees for, you'll find those in the Colorado Enabling Act, the Colorado Constitution, and in the statutes in Title 36. And if you ever want a copy of any of the trust terms or all of the trust terms, we can get those provided to you. They're also readily available on the internet, but we can give you exactly what all of the trust terms are for the trusts that you manage. So once you know the trust terms, the rules around the trust that you are the trustee for, you have a duty of prudence. Now, the duty of prudence means that you have to recognize that you are managing the property that belongs to somebody else. This isn't your property. So you can't treat these trusts as you would, say, your personal savings accounts or your personal investment accounts. Generally, you owe a higher level of prudence, a higher level of care and attention to these assets because you are taking care of them for somebody else. And there's 3 areas of the duty of prudence, and those are care, skill, and caution. And these sort of tell you what that higher level of care, that higher level of management that you owe to the trust than you would necessarily to your personal property. So care, well, I'm going to start with skill. That's the one in the middle. Skill means that you have a sufficient level of understanding to appreciate the decisions that you're making. And I want to be clear that the process you go through to become a commissioner in this setting largely handles this question of, do you have the skill necessary? You go through a big vetting process with the applications and the governor selection and confirmation hearings. Skill, the fact that you have become a trustee in this setting generally means you've got the level of skill required to satisfy your duty of prudence. The 2 pieces that you have to be conscious of and pay attention to are the care that you take and the caution that you exercise. So care means that you make an effort to be sufficiently informed to make the decisions that you're making as a trustee. Now, staff for the land board works really hard to make sure that you have enough information and that you are fully informed to make these decisions. And at these meetings, we work hard to make sure all of your questions are answered and that all the information is in front of you. Caution means that you don't take excessive risks, right? You might be perfectly comfortable in your personal life making a really risky investment or working with somebody that you haven't fully vetted as a vendor or something. In this setting, you have to think twice about the risks that you are incurring on behalf of the trust because of the impact they may have on a beneficiary. By the same token, staff at the land board works really hard to make sure that they aren't bringing highly risk, I'm not saying that well, that they aren't bringing matters to you or decisions to you that incur a significant amount of risk. The staff is highly conscious of the need to be risk averse with the property of the trusts. Okay, so the fourth one in your fiduciary, the list of fiduciary duties is a duty of impartiality. And the duty of impartiality means that you are balancing all of the interests of the trust. In this instance, that's a relatively complicated balancing act, right? There's the balance among the current beneficiaries. So does the trust do something that benefits Denver Public Schools versus how it'll benefit Alamosa Public Schools, which I know is not their school district name, but you see where I'm going with that, right? Today's school districts, but there's also the intergenerational aspect of this trust. Are we balancing the needs of the schools today against the needs of the schools 100 years from now? And are the decisions that you are making taking into account all of those various balancing acts? And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that your duty of impartiality means that all things have to be precisely equal. I have 3 kids, and very often we have conversations that that fair doesn't mean equal, right? We can balance things in a way that every one of these 3 kids with 3 different ages and 3 different sets of needs are treated fairly, even though the oldest one might get this electronic device and the youngest one might get this Lego set, right? Fair doesn't necessarily mean equal. So in balancing the needs of all the different beneficiaries of this trust, you don't have to be exactly equal. You just have to take into account how decisions will impact all of the beneficiaries and all the priorities of the trust. And our last one is a duty of loyalty. And one of the things to think about here is the ever-present conversation about stewardship and the stewardship trust and conservation here. The trustee, as trustees, your duty is to administer the trust solely for the benefit and the interest and in the interest of the beneficiaries. That doesn't mean, well, the point here is that you're not supposed to be influenced by other interests that may benefit from your decisions of the trust. And this is one that can also get kind of complicated, but it's also one of the very few areas that we have direction from a court. Here, in your duty of loyalty, you can take into consideration things like conservation and the benefit to conservation that your decisions might have, but that can't be the primary driver. That can't be your primary interest. So making decisions that are for the sake of conservation and conservation only, that are not necessarily in the best interests of the beneficiary, are not appropriate types of decisions to make. Again, that doesn't mean there's no ancillary benefits, right? There can be plenty of things that are the best decision for the beneficiary and also have wonderful benefits for third parties, for conservation, for other reasons. And so, like I said, this is one of the few areas we actually do have some guidance from a court. In the Branson case, again, we can share it with you if you are interested in reading that. But the Branson case really dives into this and talks about the importance of focusing on the long-term goal of the trust, which is the economic potential and productivity of the trust for the intergenerational benefits. So you can look at that and think about those things as part of making your decisions, but you can't go too far. So there's always this tension about, is it better for today? Is it better for tomorrow? And where does conservation fall in that spectrum? And we can, and I believe we have really dove into some of the nitpicky, not nitpicky, but some of the real details and hard conversations around that. I'm not going to today. It's just a reminder that you really owe your duties to the beneficiary. And as much as we like conservation, you still have to focus on what's best for the beneficiary. Okay, so fiduciary duties in general, really the paramount duty that you have, the one takeaway I hope you'll remember and think to yourself in the future is that you have a duty to exercise reasonable prudence and care in managing the trust solely for the benefit of the beneficiary. For the schools trust, it's the public schools. For some of the other trusts, the beneficiary is different. But as long as you're exercising reasonable prudence and care and focused on that beneficiary and what is best for them, you're going to be satisfying your fiduciary duties. And if you ever have questions about it, come to us. We're here to help you navigate these things. All right, I'm going to change gears completely and talk a little bit about the Colorado Open Records Act. The Colorado Open Records Act reflects sort of the Federal Open Records Act, the Freedom of Information Act on a federal level. This means that all the records of the government are open, unless statute says that they're not. And open means available to the public. The whole point of this and the Open Meetings Act is to make Colorado's government transparent to the citizens. So everything's a record unless it's not a record. That means we have to know what a record is. And the answer is pretty much everything. Every writing that is maintained, kept, or used in the government functions is a record. So everything you do for the land board is a record. That means emails, papers, handwritten notes, text messages, instant messages, books, tapes, recordings, databases, all of it. Everything is a record, which means everything may be accessible unless there is an exception that allows us to keep those things confidential. There are some things that we can say, if someone makes an open records request, there are some things that we can say no to. There are things that we can refuse to disclose. Those things are the items that are not public record. So wholly personal items, anything that has a statutory exception. And really these decisions are not made by you, they're made by your custodian and our office in concert. So if there is a records request and you receive it, you don't get to look at something and say, oh, well, that's wholly personal, I'm not going to share that email. If a part of it is possibly a public record, or if it somehow comes up in the searches, it has to be provided to the custodian, to the AG's office, and we will make those determinations about what is or is not a record and what must be disclosed and can be withheld. And so emails is one of those hard ones, right? A lot of us stick with a single email address because it's just easier. You are all given a state email address, and there's a reason for that. you were given a state email address so that you can conduct state business in an email that can be, one, searched for CORA requests, and two, can be maintained properly, and three, so you can separate your work for the state, which is open, from your personal life, right? So if you happen to use your personal email for your business and there is an open records request, we will ask you to give us all of your emails. And if you have combined conversations that are part personal and part professional, we are going to have to see those. Now we can redact the completely personal parts, right? You responded to a question from a constituent or something and also said, oh, by the way, I'm out tomorrow because Johnny's getting his tonsils removed. We can redact that part. But it's even better if we don't have to, if they're not combined at all. And I know that's a little bit of a pain. It's a little bit of extra work. There's another email address to check. But if you're saying something you would rather not have staff at the land board or the attorneys see, don't put it in an email that's combined with work. Because we will have to see it. We will have to make those decisions. We will have to do those redactions. That's not something that you are able to do. The other thing to keep in mind is things like text messages, right? If you are texting and it is about business, that is a record that we have to keep. And so same deal. If you don't want to see, you don't want your attorneys or the Denver Post to see your personal text messages, don't use texting for business. And if you are, at least don't combine business and pleasure in the same string of texts. There have been instances where we have had to get records from individual commissioners' personal cell phones in order to comply with the requirements of an open records request. So keep those things in mind. Stick to isolating personal from professional. And remember, if it's a record of any kind, it may come up. All of that is to remember, use the Denver Post rule or the CNN rule or whatever news outlet scares you. If you don't want what you are saying or thinking to wind up on the front page of the Denver Post, don't put it in writing. Just don't. The other thing to know is that CORA requests don't have any kind of magic language or necessary terms. They can come in any way, shape, or form, and they may come to you. Now, we direct the public to try to go through our website, and there are procedures that we ask that the public follows. But if you get an email from a constituent saying, I want you to show me X, right? I want you to show me this document that you mentioned reading when you were making comments about this thing at the last commission meeting. That's an open records request. And that needs to get forwarded to the staff at the land board as soon as you get it. There are very, very short time frames for responding to open records. And it's really important that those go to the staff as soon as possible. So send those on to Andy, Bill, or Nick, or all three, preferably. They will loop in the AG's office if and when they need us. One of the other questions that often comes up about CORA is, can we delete stuff? Like, CORA doesn't mean that you're never allowed to delete anything. You can delete documents and emails and text messages that you normally would delete. If you have a policy for yourself, I can clean out my emails every 30 days to make it all go, just to make my life clean. That's perfectly fine. But if you know that there is an existing CORA request, if you know litigation is coming, or if you have been told that there is pending litigation and to preserve documents, or if you know of an audit ongoing, right? If you know of these things, you cannot delete stuff. Even if you normally would delete it, you can't delete things anymore. Like, you can't delete information that would be responsive to a CORA request after you have learned there is a CORA request. Can't do it. If you deleted the day before, had no concept that the request was coming, and then you're like, oh shoot, I deleted that stuff because I always delete the stuff, that's okay, right? That's the way things work. But if you are deleting things to escape disclosing it because you know a request is coming, that's not okay. You can't do it. Okay, the open meetings law. This, same as the Open Records Act, is aimed at keeping government transparent. And in large part, it's aimed at making sure that we are not rubber stamping secret decisions. This is really about making sure that we follow the right process so that the public is informed about what decisions the board is making and why. Public meetings have to be public and they have to be open to the public, right? That's why we have these, and Nick makes sure that the link is available to anyone who requests it, and we can do our business in the full view of the public. There has to be notice of all public meetings, and there have to be minutes of all public meetings. A public meeting occurs when 2 or more members of the State Land Board are together and are discussing public business or taking any formal action. So 2 or more members means that communications by telephone, text messages, emails, all instant messages, all of those can constitute public meetings. So don't have conversations about business with your fellow board members outside of these publicly noticed public meetings. It's really important to remember that those kinds of things are public. Part of the reason there, right, is that the public, as a trustee of a public asset, the public is entitled to hear your thinking and know the conversations you are having to make the decisions that you make about the board assets, about the trust, right? The public is entitled to know all of that. So have those conversations in public. Don't have them by text message. Don't have them by email. Don't talk through what the right or wrong decision is outside of these public meeting spaces. And public business is that, right? If you're having a conversation amongst yourselves about the soccer game that your kids happen to show up at together, that's not public business. But if while you're standing there at the soccer game cheering on the little kids, you start talking about whether we should or should not do this carbon sequestration thing, that's public business. And that's a conversation that needs to be saved for these open meetings and can't be had in private among the 2 board members. Okay. And the step further, right? We don't want conversation about how to decide something outside of public meetings. We also don't want you actually deciding something outside of public meetings. So you can't take any action when it's outside of a public meeting. I mean, that seems a little bit extreme, right? Sitting at the kids soccer game, and the 3 people happen to be there because all the kids are all on the same teams, and then suddenly you decide, oh, we're gonna do this and make it happen. That doesn't fly at all. There can't be rubber stamping. There can't be secret meetings. There can't be secret decisions. It all has to happen in public. Executive session is the one exception to the public meetings rule, and that gives you a safe space to have delicate conversations and receive legal advice, to preserve your privileges, and to get confidential information that would otherwise interfere with your ability to do your business, right? If you can't review real estate appraisals under an executive session and in private, you may not have anyone ever willing to sell to you because they aren't willing to have the proposed values be in public, right? So there's some real logical reasons that we have things that we can do in executive session and things we can't do. We can talk about those things that are confidential. We can give you legal advice, but you still can't make decisions in that private setting. You have to take you have to take the decisions out into the public and make the decisions in front of the public. That's why we read that script. That's why we have the things that we say real specifically before and after every executive session. Those make sure that every time we're reminded executive session is limited and we are doing only what we're allowed to actually do when we're in executive session. I mentioned social gatherings. Now, it's okay, you guys, the commission exists in a world where people have social gatherings and people go to conferences and happy hours, and running into each other at those sort of settings or chance meetings, or I don't know, everyone's spouse's favorite restaurant is the Chili's on Wadsworth or something, right? Running into each other is not a violation of the open meetings law. Having social interactions is not a violation of the open meetings law. As long as you don't discuss public business, you know, stick to how cute the 6-year-olds playing soccer are and you're gold. It's not a problem, right? Go to the same conference and talk about the speakers. That's wonderful. Don't talk about the things that are on our agendas and the business that the board is doing when you run into each other in those other settings. Okay, so what happens if you violate the open meetings law? If at the soccer game you guys really did decide, oh, we're all going to vote for this thing, and then you come to the next meeting and you vote for that thing, you don't have any conversation about it, and somebody figures out that it was a rubber stamped type action, well, you can be sued and the court can invalidate any action that you took. You can be subjected to paying attorney's fees. And, you know, there are consequences. You can still validate what you did. You can have the conversation again. You can make the decision again in a public setting. The biggest problem there is that you are trustees and you work for the government. You are in a public setting. And one of the pieces of that is that you have the trust of the people when you make the decisions. And every time you violate that trust, you lose a little bit in the public eye, right? The bad publicity is a big deal. Our government operates on trust. And when you start losing that public trust, things can get bad. All right, last topic is the Colorado Code of Ethics. Right? We're talking about government volunteer ethics. What's right? What's wrong? How do we make those decisions? And primarily this comes up in the realm of conflicts of interest. But the Colorado Code of Ethics says that government volunteers shall not perform an official act which may have a direct economic benefit on business or other undertaking of that volunteer, or in which that may have a direct economic benefit on a business or other undertaking in which the member has a direct or substantial financial interest. So this code prohibits volunteer board and commission members from engaging in official acts which give them direct economic benefit. This is about real conflicts of interest, right? This is not about apparent conflicts of interest. So we're focused on real conflicts of interest, and those real conflicts of interest undermine your impartiality. They put you in a position where you're trying to balance self-interest versus your official duties and your fiduciary duties to the trust and the beneficiaries. And these lead to situations where you gain personal benefit from your official role, and those aren't okay. They're a violation of the statute, and are something that if you foresee it coming, talk to us so that we can help manage that and avoid the conflict of interest, right? There are ways to accomplish that by abstaining or stepping out for certain parts. There are ways to manage this. What we don't want is for you to be actually engaging in a conflict of interest. The other thing I'll note here is the direct economic benefit under the statute doesn't necessarily mean that if you vote this way on this, you're going to get a check for that, right? That's not okay. Those actions aren't okay, but it can be broader than that. It can be your individual employment is hinging on the way something that the board does falls out, right? It can be a benefit to your employer, whether or not you actually see a personal gain from that. So there are other broader scopes of conflicts of interest that matter here. So I said this is about actual conflicts of interest. Those are what violate the statute. But apparent conflicts of interest are a problem too. Now they're not a violation of the statute, but looking unethical is just as bad as actually behaving unethically, right? Appearing to have a conflict of interest and not acknowledging that appearance can have the exact same impact on the public trust that is placed in this institution and our government as having an actual conflict of interest. So it's really important to pay attention to these things. Everyone wants to do what's best and in the best interest for the trust and for the land board. And in doing so, you have to be careful to make sure that not only you don't actually violate the code of ethics and conflicts of interest, but you don't look like you could. We are held as government employees and as fiduciary trustees, we're held to a higher standard of making sure we don't look like we're messing up as much as we need to actually not mess up. And I will note there is a gift ban in the Constitution. That ban applies to the land board staff, and I simply want you to be aware of it. They can't receive gifts as government employees. And I think the statutory limit is still $65 as the limit of what gifts staff member are, what the, I just lost my words, I'm sorry. I think $65 is the limit on Amendment 41. So staff members can't receive gifts in excess of $65. So this doesn't apply to board members, although again, if it looks like a bribe, even if it's not, it cannot, that's not good, right? And that goes both ways, right? Please don't give Bill a $150 gift card to Starbucks because you love him and he's the best director we've got, right? He can't receive those gifts, so you shouldn't give them. By the same token, you can receive any gifts you want, but as state employees, our limit is 65. That's one of those just sort of good keys or good numbers to recognize that it might start looking kind of funny if this entity that's trying to get a lease that they want you to approve for the land board is taking you on $3,000 ski trips, right? It's not a violation. There's no restriction against it, but the appearance isn't fantastic. Okay. I just covered a whole lot of things in like 35 minutes. If there are any questions, please ask. If you think of questions later, please bring them to us. We are happy to talk through things with you and cover those. We do this once a year. So, but if you have questions that are relevant today, don't wait a year to ask them at the next training, please. I think that's what I've got.
Thank you, Emma. I will say you do the best snappy presentation of this. So kudos to you. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate if we had a copy of your presentation, just if we want to refer back to it at some time in the future. And certainly we have a couple of folks who had to sign off a little early.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide a copy of it to you. I don't think there's any problem with that. Ed, would you have any concerns? Cool.
Yeah,
I'll get it over to Bill and Nick and Andy and someone will get it over to you all.
And we won't delete it if it's Cora, Emma.
yeah. Thank you so much. I just appreciate the presentation, and it really is a good one, kind of hitting the key points. I think they're more important for people to understand in the real life world than just following the law. Anything from Josie or Philip?
No, I think it's good we did it in open, because if anyone were listening from the public, they also need to understand the constraints and responsibilities.
That's a terrific point. I agree with you, Josie. Good point. All right. I am not seeing anything further, unless there's anything
Commissioner
else.
Scanlon, for March,
Yes.
one-day meeting, Wednesday, March 13th.
Okay.
I'll email the other two commissioners, but, I think we have enough content to fill the better part of a day, and would, love for you all to be here in person.
Okay.
Additionally, I've worked with staff to come up with a, what I think is a interesting and relevant list of summer board tours, and I will send that around to you all as well to make sure you're on board with that, or if you want to add to it, special things that you want to see at those places. We try, as I think all three of you know, we try not to make it just show and tell, but instead stuff that is relevant to upcoming decisions, bring in outside experts, do things that will help educate commissioners and make you better commissioners, and inform you for upcoming votes. So it was with that in mind that we created the agenda, and I'll get that out to you all as well.
Okay. No, I'd appreciate seeing that. That's terrific. All right. Anything else? I think we are good. Thank you all for your time
Thank
today.
you all.
Look forward to seeing you in March. Take care.
Thanks. Take care.